Welcome to Derby. Thieves of Destruction acknowledge and thank the Kosapsum SIහැ Nation and Songhees Nation, along with the Suk and Pachidat, for allowing us to play the sport we love and host our events on their traditional territory. We, as guests, recognize this territory as unceded and honor the ongoing relationship with land and stewardship of the ʷəŋən people. We are honored to live on this land and are working toward reconciliation, decolonization, and building relationships in our community. A few local organizations you can support are the Victoria Native Friendship Center, Raven Trust for Environmental Justice, and Comquem Coastal Connections, Indigenous Harm Reduction and Health Services.
Thank you, Dispenser. Welcome, everybody. We've got 3 games coming up for your entertainment today. We are going to start off with our juniors. This is the Rotten Apples. They are dividing their level 2 skaters into 2 teams wearing both red and white. We're going to give you those skaters coming up right now. Dispenser's going to give you a start with the red team.
Skating for red, we've got 1011, 143. Rotten Candy, 4-3, Stingray, 7-9, Crash Dinner, 8-8-8, Pookie, 9-3-9, Looney, 9-9, Loco Coco. Bench coach is Kamikaze K, Pearl Jam, and Sweet Tea.
Also on the track right now in that pack, wearing white, we have 1, 2, 3, Maggie Mayhem, 1, 3, Payne Austin, 2, 8, Apple Smack, 3, 5, 5, Loki Motive, 3, 7, Death Cap, 4, 2, 1, Glitter Guts, 6, 9, 5, Lapis Lacerate, 8, 0, 1, Screamstress. And they're supported by bench staff Terminator, Poison Dart Frog, and Spitfire.
And your skating officials for this game are your head ref, Ohms Lawbringer, your inside pack ref, Bobo Cop, jam ref, Faffin' About, jam ref, Mill Street Bruisery, outside pack ref, Pushy Cat, Flair, and Ruby Roughhouser. And our alternate is Audie Rugburn.
And we can't do this just with skates, but officials off skates too. Our off skates officials this game are EEP, V-Rex, Time Bandit, Panic, Left on Red, Batty, Pinky and the Pain, Bruise, Raven, Slam It Janet, Jerry Can, Brawl Patrol, Honey Cruller. We've got about another minute and a half before our skaters take the track and we have our first whistle. Settle into your seats, have a little visit through our vendor village, and enjoy our SoundTech Bears fun music. All right, that rolling whistle brings us to attention. Our skaters with the stars on their helmet are our jammers. Those are the folks that are going to score points for their team as soon as the whistle blows and they get through the pack. And they're off. We have Lapis Lacerate in white and Stingray in red. Stingray is being indicated as the lead for this jam. You can tell that by our official holding up an L and pointing at the skater. The skater with a lead has the right to call the jam off. Back at the pack, Lapis is ready to score points. Lapis finds a space on the inside but gets knocked in. Stingray still in control of the jam in the middle of the pack. Stingray gets through. Here's some direction from the bench and calls the jam off. That gives Stingray 4 points, and it looks like Lapis made it through just before those whistles. 4 points for both teams.
Thieves of Destruction wish to thank all of the outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay that you enjoy. As we tell you more about them tonight, consider if you too would like to help us keep rolling through 2026. Contact us at eodsponsorship@gmail.com. Instead of the usual 30 seconds, our juniors are taking 45 seconds between the jams.
We're looking at Maggie Mayhem in white and Pookie in red. Pookie at the back of the pack right now, held up against number 3-7. Maggie Mayhem pushing at the front. Penalty takes, looks like Stingray to the penalty box. That penalty box sponsored by the Zone at 91.3. Maggie Mayhem through with lead for white. Pack is moving through turn 1 into the apex. A strong anchor at the front there by Looney, number 939. Tripod is moving slow through turn 2. Pookie at the back working on their initial pack still. That no pack moves our skaters around. That shuffle gives Maggie Mayhem some space. Maggie through with a scoring pass. Our jam ref, Mill Street Brewery, waving their arms indicates that an initial pass has happened for Pookie. Now they are ready to start scoring points as they enter the pack again. Maggie steps through on the inside line. Our jam ref faffing about indicates another 4 points for Rotten Apples White.
Parkway Physiotherapy and Performance Center is a place where personalized care meets specialized treatments and where patients are empowered to take control over their health and well-being.
Crash, Dinner, and Payne Austin are our jammers this jam. Again, those jammers are indicated by those stars on their helmets. That tells us that those are the people that are trying to score points. Everybody else on the track is trying to prevent those points from being scored by the opposing jammer. Mill Street Brewery holding an L in the air. That tells us that Crash Dinner is our lead for this jam. Crash back at the back of the pack, starting to pick up points. Faffing about, waving those arms. That tells us that we have an initial pass completed by Payne Austin. Our pivot for the Rotten Apples red team, number 1011 Odd Spawn, reports to the penalty box. Mill Street Brewery holding up 3 fingers at the end of that jam. 3 points on the board, Rotten Apples red.
The Zone at 91.3 is our exclusive radio partner, playing today's modern rock. The Zone is live on the airwaves from right here in Victoria.
Both of the skaters jamming in this 4th jam are new to playing roller derby. This is their first games. Our jammers are Rotten Candy and Locomotive. That is a cut track penalty to Locomotive. That means the only jammer left on the track is Rotten Candy. Rotten Candy is our only jammer that can become lead as well. Rotten Candy on the inside line. They come up against Maggie Mayhem, who's filling in some space there. Odd spawn out from the penalty box. Rotten Candy can have help from all of those skaters now. That's number 421 with a hit to the inside. That takes Rotten Candy off the track. They have to come back in behind them. However, they hit them in the wrong direction, so that's going to be a penalty for number 421. That double whistle tells us that Rotten Candy has made it through and is lead for Rotten Apples Red. Locomotive out of the penalty box. Rotten Candy calls that jam off before Locomotive has any opportunity to get in and score points. No points for either team that jam.
In a world filled with mass production stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road or on site here tonight.
Our two jammers lined up there are Death Cap, number 37 for Rotten Apples White. And they are skating against Crash Dinner, Rotten Apples Red. This is the second time out as the jammer for Crash Dinner. Crash Dinner currently in rear position, but Death Cap hit to the inside of the track. They come back behind all of the skaters and get back into gameplay. Now at the forward position, Death Cap finds an open space on the inside. That little trip did not take them off of the track. That skater is through. Lead goes to Death Cap and the Rotten Apples White team. And that's Crash Dinner through the pack now. Both of our jammers can pick up points. Crash Dinner engaged at the apex. Death Cab pushing at the front. That tripod is anchored by Loco Coco. Death Cap makes it past Coco's hips. 4 points for Rotten Apples White. You can hear lots of communication coming from the track. Those pivots are talking to their team about where everybody is. Crash Dinner through with 4 points up in the air. Right after them, Death Cap. Death Cap was the lead. They're able to tap their hips and call off the jam. Our current score, Rotten Apples Red, 11. Rotten Apples White, 20.
Our amazing crew of dedicated officials is one of the Eves of Destruction's biggest assets, from non-skating officials to on-skate officials. They make it possible for us all to enjoy the sport we love so much. Speak to any official or EOD member to find out how you too could become a part of this awesome crew.
This is the first game for many of these Rotten Apples. However, our jammers in this jam are not new to the game of roller derby. We're looking at Apple Smack in the white jersey, and we're looking at Looney in the red jersey. Looney finds an open space, making it past the hips of Maggie Mayhem. Lead goes to Rotten Apples Red. Apple Smack through at the front. Initial pass completed there. Both of these jammers are in scoring position. Looney at the back of the pack gets guidance from the bench to call the jam off. Looking at our jam ref, Mill Street Bruisery. And we do have a point to Rotten Apples Red, 2 of them.
Hotel Z rebels against the ordinary, combining a retro aesthetic with modern comfort. Hotel Z is the antidote to boring travel.
It's great to see a little camaraderie there at the jam line. We get high fives between Payne Austin and Oddspawn. Oddspawn in the red, pushing their way forward. Payne Austin sees some space on the inside, gets knocked down. Oddspawn in forward position. Out past Screamstress. Lead goes to Rotten Apples red. Payne Austin at the back of the pack, looking for a little bit of help from 801 Screamstress. Oddspawn taking an outside line at turn 1. Knocked to the out, recycles, comes in behind all of the pack. Makes a move through the apex, manages to race past Screamstress. Mill Street Bruisery showing us 4 points there for Oddspawn. Our fans on the far side of the track get to hear a lot of chatter there from those Rotten Apples skaters. I can hear them all the way over here. You can get an idea of what they're thinking, how they're making their strategic decisions on the track there as they talk their way through. Screamster is currently at the very front of that pack, anchoring everything. That knocks Oddspawn to the ground at the inside of the track. They'll recycle behind everyone. Payne Austin in rear position. Oddspawn makes it through those shoulders. 4 points for Rotten Apples red. The tap to the hip calls an end to that jam. The Rotten Apples red picked up 8 points. Rotten Apples white, no points in that jam. We have a lead change between our teams, though. Our current score, Rotten Apples white 20, Rotten Apples red 21.
Empire Donuts, a whole lot of love. All donuts are made by hand from scratch and with quality ingredients.
So the end of our last jam there, we saw number 1-3 Payne Austin receive a penalty and report to the penalty box. That means we're starting this jam 8 with only one jammer on the track. When only one jammer is on the track, we call that a power jam. That means there is an advantage for their team. That's number 4-3 Stingray through with lead. What you're looking at on turn 2 there is the red team taking a passive offense position. They're going to move up and try to clear that inside line, but white is going to try to stay ahead of it and make it so they can still continue to block Stingray. White has been successful staying ahead as they move into turn 4. Payne Austin return to the back of the track. Stingray through with the first 4 points of this jam. Payne Austin on the inside line there, looking to push their way through. Stingray returning for a second scoring pass. Payne Austin comes in behind number 888, that's Pookie. While Stingray skates through on a second scoring pass, that's 8 points for Rotten Apples red. Payne Austin through with an initial pass. That was number 939, Looney, with the chase down at the end there, but Payne Austin makes it through. Initial pass completed for Rotten Apples white. Stingray through with a third scoring point pass. Calls the jam off, preventing Payne Austin from picking up any points at the end of that. I was wrong. That one finger in the air from faffing about tells me about 1 point for the Rotten Apples white.
Parkway Physiotherapy and Performance Center is a place where personalized care meets specialized treatments and where patients are empowered to take control of their health and well-being.
That's a team timeout called by Rotten Apples white. That's Rotten Candy out jamming again for the Rotten Apples Red. And we're seeing Screamstress out for the first time as the jammer for Rotten Apples White. Screamstress indicated as our lead. Both teams are doing a good job of cycling through all their skaters as jammers. This is giving everybody a chance on the track to try the different positions. Screamstress with a step through on turn 1. 4 points picked up for Rotten Apples White. You will have seen number 143 pass that star helmet cover onto Loco Coco. We call that a star pass. The only person that can receive that star in their helmet is the pivot, the person who is wearing the stripe up until the point that they took the star. That person cannot become lead for the jam, but they are now the scoring person for their team. That's points on the board for both teams now. Screamstress with 1 to beat at the front makes it through on the apex. Our jam ends in a jam score of 12-4 for the Rotten Apples White. That picks up our overall game score. Currently Rotten Apples White 33, Rotten Apples Red 37.
Heart and Hands, your friendly neighborhood community acupuncture and holistic health collective in the heart of Quadra Village.
Our jammers going into Jam 10 are Loco Coco and Lapis Lacerate. This is the first time jamming for Loco Coco, but Lapis Lacerate was out during our first jam. This time it's Loco Coco with lead, and those jammers are chasing each other down, both coming in fast to the back of the pack. Loco Coco knocked to the inside, Lapis Lacerate knocked to their knees. Loco Coco recycles behind the white, finds open space on the inside past Maggie Mayhem. 4 points go on the board for Loco Coco and Rotten Apples Red. Lapis Lacerate through with 4 points. Loco Coco gets their hips in front of a couple of skaters with the white jerseys. Picks up another few points there for Rotten Apples Red.
The Zone at 91.3 is our exclusive radio partner, playing today's modern rock. The Zone is live on the airwaves from right here in Victoria.
Oddspawn and Locomotive are jammers at the beginning of Jam 11. Locomotive moves forward first, hit to the inside, so recycles back. Oddspawn being held at the back. That's number 421 in the white jersey, Glitter Guts, holding them back. Oddspawn currently in forward position, pivot to beat. And that's lead to Rotten Apples Red. That is a cut track penalty assessed to Locomotive. We've seen earlier in this game one of these power gems, so now this power gem is in favor of the red team. We'll see the red team taking a passive offense position, so they're just trying to take up some space and isolate the white team from their own jammer. They have success. There's space on the inside, and Oddspawn is through. Oddspawn has managed to maintain their lead, so they are in control of the jam right now. Our jam ref, Mill Street Bruisery, holding up 4 fingers, telling us how many points were scored on that pass. Once again, red team manages to clear that inside line. Oddspawn lands on the ground and is held up behind number 28, Apple Smack. Locomotive is out from the zone at 91.3 penalty box. Both jammers now on the track. Locomotive hit out by Number 9 Locomotive returns to the track ahead of Locomotive, so that is another cut track penalty, taking Locomotive back to the penalty box. Odd Spawn, still the lead in this jam, calls that jam to an end. We come into our intermission with one jammer sitting in the penalty box. When we come back after our 10-minute intermission, we will have a power jam in favor of Rotten Apples Red.
as we're getting ready for our second half, the juniors are doing a secondary gear check. We want to make sure that everybody stays safe on the track.
This isn't junior line dancing?
Oh, that would be way more fun.
Junior roller line dancing. That's right. Pussycat dances along in the middle of the track. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. I thought when you were coaching the juniors, at one point we had some lovely people from the Victoria roller skate come and teach the juniors how to do a dance.
We sure did.
And I'm pretty sure Coach K and Coach Term thoroughly enjoyed that.
Oh, I know it was their favorite. We've got Loki Motive reporting back to the zone at 91-3 penalty box. We're going to start on a power jam in favor of Rotten Apples Red. They send out skater number 4-3, Stingray. Stingray, our only jammer on the track. They get all of their blockers lined up to take space on the inside. Stingray then moves to the outside, tries to get that pack moving. The whole pack moves through the pivot line into turn 1. Screamster's holding space at the front of the track, supported by Maggie Mayhem. Stingray through those blockers. And that's faffing about, holding the lead finger in the air. Lead indicated for Rotten Apples Red. Locomotive out of the penalty box. You will have seen Locomotive with the helmet cover taken off of their head as they approach the back of the pack. The only person they can pass it to is the person with the stripe on their helmet. In this jam, that was Screamstress. Screamstress became the jammer. Could not become the lead jammer, though. That position stayed with Stingray, and they called off the jam. 4 points, Rotten Apples Red.
It's all good. I'm okay with it. Great. Drop into Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gear. Now we have 888 Pookie jamming for red, and we have Payne Austin for white. And 888 makes it through the pack. Lead is established. Meanwhile, white 1-3 is being held at the back of the pack by red 4-3. White 3-7 has been released from the box and is skating up to assist her team. Both jammers are at the back of the pack. White 1-3 is coming up on the inside and is being held again by red 4-3. Eight pushes her way through and scores another 4 points. White 1-3 is still trying to make that first initial pass. Being held by a strong wall, being anchored by 9-9. And red 888 scores another 4 points. And we have a completed star pass. Star pass is now gone to 6-9-5, and the jam is called off.
A high-scoring jam there for Pookie. They collected 16 points in that last jam. That's our highest-scoring jam of the game so far. A big EOD thank you to our tireless photographers, Green Bean and Shanna James, photographer. We all look forward to revisiting today's greatest hits through your work. I see Green Bean currently standing in that little square in the middle of the track. Thanks for your photos, Beanie.
Scoring for the red team is, or rather jamming for the red team is 7-9. Crash Dinner, and for white is 1-2-3. Maggie Mayhem. Maggie has lead. And Maggie is being drawn back by number 9, Loco Coco. And Red Jammers 7-9 has made it through their initial pack. Maggie has scored 4 points for white. And a 4 points scored for red. Another 4 points for white. And the jam is called off.
Our current score is Rotten Apples White 45, Rotten Apples Red 76. We do have 2 other games coming up for you later today. If you take a look into the lobby area there, you'll see the Daisy Pushers warming up. They're getting ready for the second game today. Cloverdale Paint has helped keep our track going for over 13 years. Check out their newly opened store in Souk.
And on the jam line, we have for red, number 4-3 Stingray, and for white, 6-9-5 Lapis Lacerate. And lead goes to white. Jammers are pretty close together, coming up at the back of the pack. And white just scored 4. 4 points for red. Another 4 points for red. White jammer is stuck at the back of the pack and just made it through on the inside. And they are calling the jam. 4 points for white.
Parkway Physiotherapy and Performance Center is a place where personalized care meets specialized treatments and where patients are empowered to take control of their health and well-being.
Jamming for red this time is 1011 Odd Spawn. And jamming for white is 28 Apple Smack. Lead goes to red. And white has made their first initial pass. Jammers are pretty close together on the track, coming up on the back of the pack. And red calls off the jam. 1 point for white. No points scored for red.
The Zone at 91.3 is our exclusive radio partner. Playing today's modern rock, The Zone is live on the airways from right here in Victoria. You may have won your tickets to the game from The Zone today. They are also sponsoring our penalty box, where the ever-friendly number 13 Payne Austin is currently having a nice chat with our officials.
Jamming for red is 4-3 Stingray. Jamming for white is 8-01 Screamstress. And Screamstress gets lead for white. Stingray has made their initial pass. Screamstress is back at the pack. And makes it through, scoring 4 points, as does Stingray. And the jam is called.
Our teams are trading leads back and forth quite a lot here in this second half, and it's keeping our score pretty consistent with what it was as we started. Both teams have gone up by fairly equal amounts. The white team is starting to pull a bit closer to red. Our current score is Rotten Apples White, 58, Rotten Apples Red, 85. A lovely palindrome number.
Jamming for red this time is 7-9 Crash Dinner, and for white, 6-9-5 Lapis Lacerate. Both jammers are trying to make it through the pack. The pack is nice and tight. And 6-9-5 makes it through, getting lead. And that was a direction called on red 9-9, and they are heading to the box. Didn't hear that one. And the jammer is going to the box, so this is now a power jam for red. And we have a star pass. That means we have no lead jammer. This will be a 2-minute jam. And as red 8-8 makes their way around the track, they come up behind. Loco Coco has been released from the box and is there to assist her jammer. White jammer 6-9-5 has been released from the box and has re-entered the track. And we have star pass white to 2-8 Apple Smack. Red jammer 8-8-8 is still at the back of the pack trying to make their way through as Apple Smack is trying to come through on the inside. And they are being drawn back. The jam is naturally called. 4 points for red. I didn't catch how many for white.
Looks like both teams came away from that with 3 points. Our current score as we go into Jam 8 is Rotten Apples White, 61, Rotten Apples Red, 88. The white team is consistently sneaking up on the Rotten Apples Red team. We'll see how that continues to play out. Both teams have shortened their jammer rotation, honing it in on whose skills are doing best on the track today.
Jamming for red, again it is Crash Dinner 7-9. And for white, it is 1-2-3 Maggie Mayhem. Red jammer is being held back. Oh, okay. I stand corrected. Our white jammer is 1-3 Payne Austin. Both jammers are stuck at the back of the pack. Red 7-9 drawn back. And white has lead. Red Jammer is being held back by 801 and 28. Payne Austin has entered the pack again. And Red 7-9 has made it out of the pack with their first initial pass. And the jam has been called off. 0 points for red and 3 points for white.
Looney and Glitter Guts are jammers for this jam. I'm just taking a look at my notes here. I'm not sure if we've seen Glitter Guts as our jammer before. If we did, it would have been in the first half. Pack is tight moving through turn one. Glitter Guts manages to muscle their way through. Lead goes to white. And that's an initial pass completed by number 939, Looney. Both jammers ready to score points. Glitter Guts at the front finds an open space at the inside line. They get pushed down by Loco Coco. Recycle a bit as Looney comes into the back of the pack. Looney makes their way past Maggie Mayhem. Out with 4 points. Glitter Guts being held against the line by Stingray. Direction from the bench, they call that jam before any more points can be picked up by the opposing team. We end up coming through with what looks like a 4-point jam for both teams. Brings our scores to Rotten Apples White 68, Rotten Apples Red 92. Thank you to the St. John ambulance attendants who are on site with us all day. Odd Spawn and Payne Austin are jammers going into jam 10 of this second half. Odd Spawn moves into forward position. Manages to get a skate through on the inside. They are lead for this. Payne Austin at the back of the pack right now. A little bit of offensive help there from number 37. Pack reforms in front of Payne Austin. Odd Spawn comes in at the back. Finds some space on the inside and moves forward. White blockers reform ahead of Odd Spawn. Payne Austin trying to make some headway there. They are held up on number 4-3. That's Stingray in the back. But number 3-7, Deathcap, taking a seat in the zone at 91-3 penalty box. Odd Spawn is hit to the inside and recycles to the back of the pack. That lets them find some space on the outside. They skate through with faff and a boat, indicating 4 points in the air for them. Payne Austin currently at the back. Removes that helmet cover and hands it over to number 2-8. That's Apple Smack. Now your active jammer for the Rotten Apples White team. Apple Smack finds some space around the hips of Loco Coco. That's an initial pass completed for White. reforming, and that's number 005 beat just at the last minute there. Through for the Rotten Apples white team. 4 more points in the air for Rotten Apples red. We are rolling into Jam 11 with only a half minute left on our game clock. Teams have sent out Looney, number 939 in red, and Screamstress, number 801 in white. Screamstress moves forward on the outside line. Looney tries to follow that, gets hung up on number 28. Looney at the back with some lateral movement as Screamstress is at the front. Gets a little push from teammate 421. Looney now on the inside at the pivot line, looking to make room. That's a lead for red. It's been 6 jams since red has had lead. They've been picking up points pretty consistently, but this time red is in control. Screamstress is out, returning to the back of the pack. Looney is not giving up any of those points. 4 more put in the air by Faffin About. Our unofficial end of game score is 68 to Rotten Apples white. Rotten Apples red 108. Folks, if you've been here before, you'll know that as our skaters celebrate their win, you can come out and stand trackside. You can stand right along the green tape there and shake hands with the skaters as they go by. My co-announcer, Dee Spencer, is going to head to the middle of the track and announce our MVP prizes.
Oh, there we go. All right. Your MVPs for this game. Your red jammered MVP is 888 Pookie. Your red MVP. Oh, there we go. Blocker. All right. Your MVPs for this game. Your red jammered MVP is 888 Pookie. Your white MVP jammer is your red 01 Screamstress. Your red MVP. Oh, there we go. Blocker. All right. Your white MVP blocker is 421 jammer. MVP is 888 Pookie.
Thanks, folks. Our teams will take some photos, and in a bit you will see the Daisy Pushers and the world heading out to the track to get themselves warmed up. Our next game starts at 5:30. You've got yourself some time to visit our vendors, stretch your legs, grab a drink at our beverage garden. I saw somebody walk.
Hello. Check. Hey, coaches and captains, can we have a meeting at in front of the scoreboard? We're losing time. Coaches and captains at the scoreboard. ASAP.
Check, check. 1, 2, check. Yeah.
Yeah, check. 1, 2, 3, 4 points. Got it covered. I think we're good.
Pop, pop, popsicle. La 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 la.
Sorry, I turned my mic off. Good evening again, everyone, and welcome to the second bout of tonight's triple header. The Eves of Destruction acknowledge and thank the Kosapsum, Esquimalt Nation, and the Songhees Nation, along with the Tseycum and Pachidat, for allowing us to play the sport we love and host our events on their traditional territory. We, as guests, recognize this territory as unceded and honor the ongoing relationship with land and stewardship of the ʷəŋən speaking people. We are honored to live on this land and are working toward reconciliation, decolonization, and building relationships in our communities. A few local organizations you can support are Victoria Native Friendship Center, Raven Trust for Environmental Justice, and Comchem Coastal Connections Indigenous Harm Reduction and Health Services.
So cue the music for the away team. Number 33, Poison Dart Frog. Number 44, Feral Streak. 49, Bremer. 55, Malice in Wonderland. 56, Alita Battle Angel. 88, Cinnabuns. 102, Pearl Jam. 604, Trish Trash. 760, Maniacal Misfit. 833, Bumble Beast. All right. 880, Legs Benedict. Number 7, Tuffy. 209, Bonita Bandera. This is your world skaters tonight.
And we've got a bench staff that aren't on there.
On the bench, we have Raven and Steeps.
And your home team, the Daisy Pushers. 1-1, Natural Born Spiller. 1-1-1, Dragon to Dirt. 1-9, Gravity Assist. 2-1, Charlie Hearse. 2-5-0, Bugsy. 3-7-9-1, Slayer Moon. 4-0, Wheels of Fortune. 4-6, Hot Flash. Number 5, Florence the Machine. 5-5-5, Chaos. 6-1, Veronica DeVile. 6-1-6, Lucifer. 6-5-4, Goose. 6-8, Duchess of Death. 7-3, Tombstone. 8-2, Ukulele. 9-4, Morning Glory. And your bench staff, we already introduced Chuck and Lucifer. We also have Flawless and Black Eyed Suze.
Our skating officials tonight, head ref Wiener. The inside pack ref Flair. Your jam refs tonight are Roland Furioso and Bobocop. Outside pack refs, Ohms Lawbringer, Faffin' About, and Mill Street Bruisery.
We'll get you your NSOs after this first jam, non-skating officials. So go for it, and then I will read an ad, and well, I will read officials, and then.
Okay.
That's a quick lead by the world. That is Tuffy 007 on the path to the first scoring pass.
Hot Flash and Meyer in the back of the pack. Tuffy gets knocked out of bounds. Recycles in the back of the pack. Hot Flash still working the back. Nice dash through. Tuffy's got 4 points for their first scoring pass. Meanwhile, we have a star pass, and it's Tombstone now jamming. (4-0), first jam.
And your head NSO tonight, non-skating officials, EOD and VREX. Jam timer, Time Bandit. Penalty trackers, Green Bean and Pussycat. Scoreboard, Batty and VREX. Scorekeepers, Left on Red and Pinky and the Pain. I like that name. Penalty box manager is Artemis Prime. Timers are Jerry Cannon, Shirley, Temple of Doom. Second jam is off, and we've got a little bit of a fight for lead jammer at the front, but it is Farrell's streak with Dragon to Dirt. Hot on Farrell's tail. A jammer race in the second jam is a nice way to get the night rolling. Both jammers set up to score points as Farrell hits the back of the pack and sits a couple skaters down before calling it off. Referees signaling 1 point for the world and 3 for the Daisy Pushers, bringing the total score for the Pushers to 3 and the world to 9. All right, so you can go ahead when you want to.
The Eves of Destruction wish to thank all of the outstanding sponsors that fund the gameplay you enjoy. As we tell you more about them tonight, consider if you too would like to help keep us rolling through 2026. Contact us at eodsponsorship@gmail.com. Got Bumblebeast for the world up against Slayer Moon. And looks like we have our first power jam of the evening. Bumblebeast in the penalty box. Well, Slayer Moon is your lead jammer.
Sweet Tea follows Beast to take a seat in the penalty box, leaving the world down a blocker and down a jammer to defend the first power jam of the night.
Trish Trash knocking Slayer Moon to the back of the pack. Strong front wall, Slayer Moon once again out, but back in. And a late block for a Pearl Jam. But Slayer Moon's through for their first scoring pass. Meanwhile, Bumblebeast out to knock to the back of the pack, recycles in. And Slayer Moon calls off the jam. Was that another 4-0? 6-0. Nice.
Parkway Physio and Performance Center is a place where personalized care meets specialized treatments and where patients are empowered to take control of their health and well-being. And we have an official timeout. With a track tape issue, we got to keep that rope down so skaters aren't tripping over it, and so we know where the track boundary is. Waiting to start the next jam for the Daisy Pushers, we have 654 Goose on the line. You may recognize Goose from several tournaments this past season, skating for the Eves of Destruction Charter. The world tonight consists of skaters from all over the island, as well as some skaters who have traveled from the Lower Mainland. Brammer, 4-9 on the line to jam next, is from North Island Roller Derby. North Island Roller Derby is in its third season, so the newest league on the island.
How long have the Daisy Pushers been around?
I am not the right person to ask that, but yeah, it's been definitely a number of years. I think they were established before roller derby was rudely interrupted by the COVID pandemic. But they are the most recently established house team for the Eves of Destruction, the Margarita Villains being original, and the Brawlers shortly thereafter. If I recall, I am not a long-term member of the league, but I will do my best with the facts. 5 seconds is called, and we'll be rolling into Jam 4 right now. Goose quickly steps past their own blockers on the inside line as Brammer is caught up in a tripod at the back of the pack. That's Duchess of Death, Ukulele, and Veronica DeVile. Brammer does find room on the outside, but hits the floor. Recycled back in by Bugsy at the back of the pack as Goose comes around to score. Goose is already passing skaters. Points are scored by passing hips of opposing skaters. Goose is making their way through the pack, but gets pushed to the inside line. Tuffy is the skater you see drawing Goose back to the back of play. You must re-enter the track behind the person who initiated contact to put you out of bounds, as well as any other skaters who have had advantage over you on the track before you head out. So that's why you'll see lots of skaters going opposite derby direction to reestablish position to score.
Hey, we're just up the street from the Zone, one of our sponsors, 91.3 The Zone.
That's awesome. Thank you to The Zone for being a committed sponsor.
Gravity Assist up against Mill Street Bruisery. Gravy's up the inside, gets knocked out to the back of the pack. Meanwhile, Bruisery's through for your lead jammer. Oh, that's Farrell Street. Thank you. These glasses are the wrong prescription.
Farrell shows a lot of aggression and stamina on the inside line to push past those Daisy Pusher blockers, while Boba hits Tombstone out of bounds. Gravy, working on that initial pass, is now out front and in scoring position.
And the jam is called off. I've got a question.
Let's hear your question.
I've noticed in modern roller derby, the jammer tends to take the star off quite a bit more often than previously. Even if it's not a star pass, they will take the star off and then put it back on. Why did they do that?
So once lead jammer has been established, no one else is eligible to achieve lead jammer status. You don't need to keep the star on your helmet anymore, which means you can take it off and consider passing it to the pivot who wears the stripe. But it is a bit distracting to your opponent to have to look at both the jammer and the pivot and determine who's going to try to get out of the pack with that helmet cover. So it can be a bit of a strategy just to try to split the attention of the opposing blockers. Sometimes you'll pass and your pivot will take over as jammer, and other times it'll open up opportunities and a jammer can get out of the pack on their own.
So it can be both a signal to the pivot to get ready or a distraction to your opponent.
Yeah, it could be both. It could be all of the above. It could be either or. Okay, we have Bumblebeast jamming for the world, but has been called off for a forearm and is heading to the penalty box as Haughty is fighting hard for initial pass against the world's formidable blocking formation. Pearl Jam catching Haughty at the front and seats her on the floor. Communication by the pushers now about how to send some offense to get their jammer out of the pack as the world puts up a really strong defense on the power jam. Trish Trash is hauling Haughty to the back of the pack. and continues to contain her, guiding her towards her own blockers into that tripod at the front. That's xʷsepsum offense to get that pack moving as Beast is back on the track, hits the deck, but is up right away with amazing speed, exits the pack, and is now on initial pass. Not lead jammer, because once you've had a penalty, you cannot attain lead jammer status for the rest of the jam. If lead jammer status has not been called before, the opposing jammer exits the pack. They may still be able to obtain that status and call the jam off early, but right now, Hottie is still on the initial pass with the helmet cover off, fighting against Trish Trash, Paw, and Sweet Tea when the whistle is blown. So we did have 2 points go up on the board for the world in spite of no lead jammer status that jam. That brings the total for the world to 21. Daisy pushers are holding strong at 12 points.
Hey, in a world filled with mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road. Are they here tonight?
That's a good question. If anybody's here from Driftwood Brewery, let's see you wave your hands and we'll point our guests in your direction. That is Dirt with lead jammer status for the Daisy Pushers. Alita Battle Angel not far behind, so this will be a race for points. We'll see if this is a short jam called off to prevent points or if Dirt will carry on. Dirt decides to make the call off. And it looks like 3 points
3 and 3?
all.
Yeah, 3 and 3.
And we see another official timeout, which is an excellent time to let you know that our amazing crew of dedicated officials is one of the Eves of Destruction's biggest assets. From non-skating officials to on-skates officials, they make it possible for us to all enjoy this sport that we love so much. You can speak to any official here tonight or any Eves of Destruction member to find out how you too could be a part of this awesome crew. We would love to have you as part of our community. Slayer Moon on the line to jam next for the Daisy Pushers. Has spent the past 2 weekends away at travel tournaments. Last weekend was Flat Track Fever in Calgary, where teams from all over Western Canada, some from the US, traveled to Calgary to play. Slayer Moon was playing with Trans Rollers United, I believe. There were so many teams there that were a mashup of skaters from all over North America. Many Eve skaters were there playing with either Trans Rollers United or Divergence. One of our skaters was skating with Team Northern BC. So we definitely make our way around. We don't just play here in Victoria. Prior to that, the weekend before was Best of the Rest tournament in Saskatoon, where Eves of Destruction Charter Envy was playing. So Mo was there jamming along with the rest of our charter team representing, and we had a fantastic turnout there with a weekend full of wins, 4 wins that is, playing against teams from Saskatoon, Calgary, and California.
And we have Slayer Moon up against Malice in Wonderland. Slayer tries to work up the inside, Malice out on the outside, back to the inside. Back to the inside again.
That's Naughty Legs Benedict heading to the penalty box for her first penalty of the game. What did you do?
Oh, and we have a lead jammer. It's Malice in Wonderland. Malice skates around the opposing blockers around the outside, clears the whole pack. Meanwhile, Slayer Moon, mired in the back of the pack. Malice once up again, up against the opposing blockers. Gets recycled right back down to turn 2. And once again, another block. 61. That is twice that Veronica DeVille has gotten Malice right at the end of the pack.
All contact in roller derby must take place within the engagement zone, which is 20 feet behind the pack, all the way up to 20 feet in front of the pack. So if you see a blocker decide not to make that last minute hit, it is likely because they're going to be getting a penalty. If they do, they have to make that contact within 20 feet of the blockers.
Malice is back on track, back into the back of the pack. There's a 3-wall keeping them at bay. Meanwhile, Slayer Moon also mired into the pack. Both of them recycled to the back. Oh, Chaos filled in. Huh.
Hotel Z rebels against the ordinary, combining a retro aesthetic with modern comfort. Hotel Z is the antidote to boring travel. And I can't not talk about the food. They have a wonderful restaurant in their parking lot.
They do.
Jam number 9. We have Sweet Tea jamming for the world and Goose for the Daisy Pushers. Sweet Tea almost out at the front. Does earn lead jammer status, with Goose chasing behind Sweet Tea, decides not to risk it and does call off the jam. So that'll be 0-0 and we'll start over at the jam line.
Ooh. You got yourself a whole lot of love with Empire Donuts. All donuts are made by hand, from scratch, with quality ingredients.
They have an Earl
Are they
Grey.
on site? That's
Yeah,
a question I want to know.
here. So if you can see me, Empire Donuts are waving over there. I've had an Earl Grey tea donut over there that was one of the best donuts I've ever had. I would say it was among the top. Tuffy lead jammer for the world.
Up against her again to dirt. Tuffy gets knocked out, calls off the jam before Dragenda was able to make a scoring pass.
And that was Pivot Bugsy with that giant hit to the outside line, making Tuffy question the choices that she's made tonight.
Gravity assist. Up against Feral Streak.
Gravity Assist was among the skaters who've been traveling the last couple of weekends. Has some great jams as jammer for Eve's Charter. Feral Streak with lead jammer status, as Wheels of Fortune returns to the back of the pack from the penalty box. Feral Streak has a reasonably easy time on the inside line for 4 points. Gravy at the back of the pack, still struggling, considering that star pass as we discussed earlier. That's Pivot Chaos, who you might see take over. Feral's still making their way around the track, looking for points as they approach.
Feral's up against a strong defense from the Daisy Pushers.
And Gravy was just so closely riding the outside line to find their way to Chaos, who now has the star for the Daisy Pushers. And that was enough to have Feral Streak call off the jam with a total of 12 points for the world, bringing them to 46. The Daisy Pushers have 19 points as we hit the midpoint of this half.
Bumblebeast up against Hot Flash.
One skater in the box to start this jam, Wheels of Fortune. And we have a team time out called by the world. Teams have three timeouts per game, so they can choose when to use those, and sometimes they'll use them for rest. Other times they'll use them strategically. Sometimes it does allow us to squeeze an extra jam in at the end of a half. It also may allow them to rest a jammer who's going into a power jam. So if they want a jammer to back-to-back skate, they might have them rest up a little bit more by calling a minute of timeout.
I think the world needs a timeout. Yes.
You could use a timeout?
I think the world could use a timeout.
The world could use a timeout, and if you don't get it, we don't mean that's team skating over there. Coach Lou communicating to the penalty box. Wheels said, I have been here twice now, and I need some liquid.
And once again, it is Bumblebeast up against Hot Flash. Bumblebeast breaks off the line. Hot Flash mired right at the back of the pack.
And Beast has been playing roller derby on the island for, I'm going to guess, about a decade, but they have taken some time off. This is Beast's first game back in a while, but you wouldn't know it because they are out with lead jammer status to score points for the world. Hottie is fighting hard at the front of the pack, but that is Sweet Tea, I believe, with Trish Trash getting so low. All that energy into the ground is really difficult for jammers to push. Beast takes advantage, passes on the inside line, as Rolando Furioso tells us those are 4 points on the board for White.
Oh, we have a star pass. It is now Bugsy jamming for the Daisy Pushers. But jam gets called off, so no opportunity to score points there.
Parkway Physio, Therapy, and Performance Center is a place where personalized care meets specialized treatments and where patients are empowered to take control of their health and well-being.
It is Slayer Moon up against Brammer. Brammer skating for the world. A duck to the outside, duck to the inside, and Brammer is through for being your lead jammer. Well, Slayer Moon mired at the back of the pack. Brammer up the inside, gets assistance from her own blockers, and is through again for a scoring pass, but she gets taken down. Slayer Moon makes it through, but the jam has been called off. Who we got next? No. I think this is a first jam for Poison Dart Frog.
And that's Goose, who we've seen several times tonight. So let's see what Fresh Legs versus Warm Legs looks like on the track. Goose is fighting hard for lead jammer status at the front and is looking to pass the remaining two blockers. Boba with lots of one-on-one effort at the front, but Goose does sneak by on the inside line for lead. Poison Dart Frog with speed out of the pack, hopes to prevent any scoring by the daisy pushers. Legs Benedict takes the tumble at the front, but is back up and ready to catch Goose. Goose taps their hips, calls the jam off, does hold Frog to 0 points and puts up 2 for their team. So daisy pushers now with a score, 3, I've been corrected. Daisy pushers has 22 points on the board to the world's 56.
And it's Sweet Tea up against Dragon the Dirt. It's the battle of the ones. It's 1-1 versus 1-1-1. Dragon skates around the outside. Both jammers break through. Who is lead? It is Dragon the Dirt. That was so close. And they call it off before any points get scored.
And if you're having trouble determining who's lead when it's that close, you can see that the jammer refs are assigned to a jammer, and they wear a colored, or not colored in this case, wristband to indicate which team they're jam reffing for. That is BOdựECEN with the black wristband for the daisy pushers. So that's how we could tell that it was the daisy pushers with lead jammer status at that moment.
Okay. We have Gravity Assist up against. It is Alita Banel. Apex hop, not quite a jump, but an apex hop for a scoring pass there. That's 4 points.
And Duchess of Death calling teammates back to block as Alita approaches. But not in time. A little bit of space allows Alita to sneak through for 4 more points and call off the jam. We did see a star pass to Bugsy there.
Once again, Bugsy denied scoring any points because the jam gets called off.
Oh, poor Bugsy. Bugsy is a very strong pivot, though, does know when it's time to take the star, collects it easily from their jammer, and will head out of the pack and threaten their opponents pretty quickly.
That's probably why they call it off.
Yeah, that's experience.
They see Bugsy coming, they're like, no, not doing that.
Yeah, and Bugsy is very strong, so I don't like getting hit by Bugsy when she's jamming. It's not a good time. I mean, Derby's always a good time, and I always smile when my teammates hit me, but...
So once again, it's Slayer Moon up against Feral Streak. Slayer Moon dancing up the inside line.
That is a tight pack. Sometimes you see the pack stretched halfway around the track, but you know that the blockers are in control when everything is nice and close. But we do have a lead jammer status awarded to Feral Streak. Feral Shrugs, wasn't sure about that one, but here they come to pick up some points.
Oh, and we have it is a star pass.
That's Tombstone, formerly Pivot, now Jammer, with a power jam as Feral Streak is whistled to the box on a track cut.
Oh.
Scoring opportunity for the Daisy Pushers. Some offense coming in from the inside line as Tombs fights against Poison Dart Frog and Sweet Tea at the front of the pack. Passive offense with the Daisy Pushers hanging out of the back, letting Tombs do the work to get past that final blocker. Sometimes your offense just gets in your jammer's way or keeps the pack moving forward. So some jammers would prefer to do the work themselves.
Now what you said about the pack, them only being able to be 20 feet from the pack, that was brilliant bridging. Each blocker can go 10 feet from the pack to build a bridge so that last blocker can attempt to get that jammer.
That's right. So you have to have a pack to play roller derby, and the pack is defined as mix of skaters, the most number of mixed skaters skating from both teams within 10 feet of one another. And then from there, you've got a 20-foot engagement zone at the front of the pack and the back of the pack within which you can play. Sweet Tea is called out of play because she went slightly beyond that engagement zone. Skates back up to join the defense, and Tombstone, though, finds a little opening on the inside line, squeaks past those blockers, and is putting up another 4 points for the Daisy Pushers.
That was some fancy footwork keeping them toe stops in.
And that was a necessary jam for the Daisy Pushers to hang into this game with 8 points on the board. The world matched that with 8 points. With 7 minutes left in the half and a whole period ahead of us, a 42-point deficit can be made up, but the Pushers are going to have to fight very hard for that, earning every lead jammer status that they can and hopefully taking multiple scoring passes.
It's Brammer versus Goose. Goose shoots off the line. Brammer's mired to the back of the pack. Goose punching through that front wall.
And that's excellent technical blocking at the back of the pack by Duchess of Death and Bugsy as Veronica DeVille helps hold them in place. Brammer is really fighting hard, but is having a lot of trouble making any space for themselves against that tripod.
And the pack stretched themselves too thin. No pack was called. Goose was released as now your lead jammer.
And Goose is already scoring.
Oh, so, scoring pass already?
Scoring pass now, yes.
Damn.
4 points on the board for Goose and the Daisy Pushers. Brammer has removed the helmet cover and is looking for space on the inside line. Does stay in, but takes a tumble to the inside, allowing the blockers to set up and continue to hold them.
The World putting up a nice strong wall, keeping Goose. But the Goose takes flight, takes another 4 points.
And those 3 blockers fought hard all the way to the extension of that 20 feet and out of play, and that's why Goose was able to be released from the pack. Another penalty being whistled. We have a track cut issued to Brammer and a power jam opportunity for the Daisy Pushers. 37 seconds remaining in the jam. We may see Brammer back on the track before the jam ends. Pearl with very physical blocking sits Goose on the ground. Same with Trish Trash. Goose calls the jam off from the floor. A little congratulatory tap from Trish Trash.
Oh,
that was
that,
a pretty great jam all around.
And that traps Brammer in the penalty box for the next jam.
All right, let's talk about how you could leave here richer than you are. Get your 50-50 tickets now. The draw will be during the halftime of the last game of the day. 50-50, that's the frenzy waving at you. Go get your tickets. Leave here richer than you came. Hottie on the jam line for the Daisy Pushers.
Trying to make the most of that power jam for the moment.
Flo working hard to provide offense to Hottie for Hottie against the World's blockers. Black tripod set up at the back to catch that incoming jammer Brammer.
But Brammer's through and takes the lead.
So a jammer who starts a jam in the penalty box is eligible for lead jammer status as long as they make it clean through the pack without any illegal actions and without the other jammer having earned lead jammer status yet. That is Flo with a helmet cover, but Bonita Bandera puts Flo to the ground. And Flo, to be safe, will recycle behind the skater that put her out of bounds. Brammer coming in looking for points. And 4 more on the board for the World. 8 points total so far for this jam with 46 seconds remaining. And Hottie, pardon me, that's Flo still in the initial pass for the Daisy Pushers. Spiller with the shoulder tap to the outside line, and Brammer says that's enough.
Okay. Hearts and Hands, your friendly neighborhood community acupuncture and holistic health collective. Right here in the heart of Quadra Village.
How's everybody liking this new venue tonight? I know I can hear it myself, which is really nice. We got a nice space, lots of fans spread out across the track. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. It's a pleasure to have you here. Hope everybody found parking. Hope everybody found the building. There's nobody outside straggling, wondering where we are.
Hopefully not. Many of you, like me, ended up at Archie Browning wondering why the parking lot was empty.
Did you do that?
I did that.
Oh my goodness. Well, we got you here now, Dutch. That's what counts. That's gravity assist on the inside line for the Daisy Pushers. Opposed by Tuffy. who was given a forearm and is not your lead jammer. That's Gravy
Well,
as lead jammer. Gravy with the coolest space tattoo in the room.
this jam is all gravy now.
Gravy flicked out to the inside line, but able to enter behind Malice fairly quickly, so no real detriment to them there. Legs Benedict keeping pack so that the tripod of blockers at the front can continue to block. Sweet Tea to the floor. Poison Dart Frog attempting the run back. And that's a track cut for Gravity Assist, so there you go. Poison Dart Frog was not the skater who initiated the contact, but saw the opportunity to run Gravy back. And now we've got Tuffy out of the pack and on a scoring run. Ooh, huge hit on the outside line. Both skaters still standing somehow.
Oh, and chaos.
Until that moment.
Bringing Tuffy down.
The rotation and the recycling of the skaters this game is pretty incredible. Not a lot of opportunities for blocker jammers right now. Definitely a blockers game. Legs puts herself in the line of fire, takes contact to the back, but because Legs was the initiator of the hit, we don't get a back block penalty in that case. Gravy, not slowed down too much though, is also out of the pack and scoring points. And that was a last second penalty, illegal contact issued to Bugsy, blocking while there was no pack. So illegal contact occurs when you are not legally allowed to make contact with an opponent. And that is why Bugsy is sitting in that box right now. Who's here cheering for a daisy pusher or two tonight? All right. I think they might want you to be a bit more excited, though. Who's here cheering for a daisy pusher tonight? Awesome. And I know we got some World fans in the crowd. Let's hear from you, too. Right on. Farrell Streak, lead jammer, dragged into dirt, trying to get out of the pack for initial pass. Does so and is now eligible to score. We have reached our intermission, and that is a 2-1 score in favor of the World. 96 points to Daisy Pusher's 48. I think I'm mathing correctly. It's been a while since I've done any math classes. But again, 46 points is a couple of power jams, so definitely opportunity for the Pushers to come back after this half. So find yourself some refreshments, grab some 50-50 tickets, and meet us back here in just under 10 minutes for some more roller derby.
Where's... And we're back.
Run, Fanny, run.
We have Slayer Moon up against Maniacal Misfit. And it's jammer on jammer right off the bat. Maniacal Misfit up the inside, but knocked out, and gets resuckled to the back of the pack by Bugsy. Meanwhile, Slayer Moon out the front. Both jammers mired in the pack. No lead's been established yet. Even though Misfit tried to call out for a quick second there before realizing they hadn't gotten lead yet. And it's around the front on the outside. Is Slayer Moon. Still blocked by the front wall of the world. Slayer Moon's got the world against them now. Poison Dart Frog bridging all the way out, taking the most of that 20 feet. And no pack is called. Slayer Moon is through and is now your lead jammer. Slayer Moon right back up to the front of the pack. Meanwhile, Misfit somewhere in there. And a massive hit by Poison Dart Frog. A little too massive of a hit by Poison Dart Frog, who now makes their way to the penalty box.
And he's in there as jammer, which means Daisy Pushers will have another power jam opportunity at the start of the next jam. Full 30 seconds to get lead jammer status and score some points for their team before they are opposed. Gravy with a running start as the defense sets up at the front of the pack. Caught up a little bit in their own blocking formation. And White with a solid tripod defense at the front does open up the inside line. That is Bonita Bandera at the front, one-on-one against Gravy. Very solid footwork and holding that jammer before Gravy is whistled lead jammer. Boba is called out of play. Gravy with some spin work. Now lead jammer for the Daisy Pushers eligible to score. Black defensive wall set up at the back as Poison Dart Frog re-enters the play. Gravy fighting against the white blockers at the front. Sweet Tea legs Benedict and Bonita Bandera. That's Boba, if you like for short. Gravy fought hard for those 4 points, but they do go up, closing that gap slightly between the Pushers and the world. 56 to 96 now as we go into Jam 3.
And I want to give a shout out again to our friends down the road at The Zone 91.3, our exclusive radio partner. Playing today's modern rock, The Zone is live on the airwaves right here in Victoria. You can walk down the block and say hi.
Trish trash jamming for the world.
Oh, up against Goose. Goose mired in the pack. Almost lifted right off the ground there. But a little bit of fancy footwork, and Goose is now your lead jammer. Trish trash hot on their heels.
Little blocker exchange in the box as Uke is taking a seat and Flo is about to return to play. 2 blockers for the Daisy Pushers on the track as Goose calls it off. Secures 3 points.
And while I look over to my left there, we got Empire Donuts They got some fantastic donuts there. I hear the Earl Grey is fantastic.
I did check in at the half that they did have Earl Grey donuts remaining, and yes, they are yum, yum. Did you do these ones while I was? I know you.
I didn't do that one.
So we can catch these still. I can get those.
Yep. We have Dragon the Dirt fighting
And-
their way through the pack up against Bumblebeast, who's mired at the back.
I don't know if these two jammers have seen any other opponents this game. It feels like this is the only matchup either of them have had. Beast is out of the pack on a scoring pass now. Dirt approaching for points.
And Dragon the Dirt calls the jam off before Beast can score any points.
And that's 3 for the Daisy Pushers, so they are still working hard at closing that gap. Maybe exhausting the world some. You'll see a few more, you'll see several of these world skaters in the next game as well, so.
Oh, we have Alita Battle up against Goose on this one. I don't know, is that their first time jamming this bout?
Alita Battle Angel has jammed.
Oh, she has.
I don't know if it was via Star Pass. I do believe she's at least had one from the jam line.
There was a star pass that they took once, yes. That's correct.
Chaos with a hit to the inside line does herself go out of bounds, which gives Alita Battle Angel the option to step in front of the blocker that hit her out. She makes quick work of the rest of the pack and is lead jammer, eligible to score for the world. Goose again out of the pack quickly and also in scoring position. A little side skate by Alita with a hip tap to call it off. And does Alita Battle Angel pick up any points? She did. She scored 1 point by wrapping her hips around that one blocker at the back of the pack before that call off.
Hey, if you can, and you're down in the far end of Quadra, drop into Influence Board Shop for Victoria's best selection of skateboards and gear. A lot of roller derby gear there as well. You got your bearings, you got your helmets.
Probably some protective padding. Probably some cool t-shirts.
And they got the drop-in as well. You can go for your fancy drop-in skates there.
Oh,
Yeah.
excellent. Tuffy on the outside line is lead jammer for the world. Hot Flash fighting on the outside of the pack too. Doesn't find an easy time though. Caught up in some white blocking challenge. Tuffy on toe stops on the outside line finds another pass with 4 points on the board, opening up the score again. And crossing the century mark for 101 points for the world. Legs Benedict returning from the penalty box. I believe that's 3 penalties for Legs, possibly. No, just a second penalty for this game. It's been a low penalty game. The board isn't showing anyone with more than 2 penalties at this time. Takes 7 to foul out, so I don't think we'll see anyone sent packing this
And
game.
it's a star pass once again to Tombstone. Oh, Tombstone denied. You know that Tombstone has only been getting the star pass, but is one of the higher scoring jammers of the game so far?
That is an interesting stat for any pivot, but not surprising for Tombstone as pivot. Tombs is really agile and has a great ability to weave their way through the pack and pick up points somewhat unassumingly. While we have a moment, I want to give a big thank you, a big EOD thank you to our tireless photographers, Green Bean and Shanna James Photography. We all look forward to revisiting today's greatest hits through your work. Another roller derby fact for you. The pivot line is named such because the pivot is the only skater who can touch that. Poison Dart Frog waving his arms to let you know that he is up to something up there. So if a pivot is touching that line, any other non-pivot blocker must be behind that pivot's hips when the jam whistle goes, otherwise you'll be issued a false start. This rule carries over from years ago derby where the pivot line and the jammer line meant some very different things, and jammers didn't actually get to start skating until the rest of the pack passed the pivot line. But some of those rules still hang around, and we do use it to our advantage to maintain the position we want at the front of the pack at the start of the jam and for various other strategies.
We were just reliving in the officiating room their minor penalties back in the day when we would call so many penalties per game.
So penalties in today's version of roller derby are very much based on impact, where you must actually impact a skater with your forearm to get a forearm call. Mo is lead jammer for the Daisy Pushers, but not before Poison Dart Frog can haul Mo back. Will they get an opportunity to get out and score some points? So Mo with the option to call the jam off if things don't go their way. But Feral Streak still fighting at the front of the pack, and
well,
we have a penalty there. Not sure what the call is at the moment, but it is a power jam now for Slayer Moon and the Daisy Pushers. That sounds like a band name. Mo and the Daisy Pushers. What's your song called? Offense set up the inside line by the Daisy Pushers. Mo trying to take that O, does take a spill to the inside line, does up quickly and pressing on for more points. Solid, confident tripod at the front, keeping Mo from making any progress. Mo is trying to push to no pack, though. No pack is called. Brammer steps back to reform so that their blockers can continue maintaining that jammer. And Mo makes the decision to call it off as Feral Streak returns to the track. So no points for, I almost said North Island Roller Derby because of that jersey, but that is the World. Held to 0 at the end of that jam. Daisy Pushers with 4 points on the board.
Hey, did you know that Cloverdale Paint has helped keep our track going for 13 years? And they got a new store out in the souk.
That's awesome. Whenever you phrase these like a question, I feel like I have to answer them, and then I'm caught off guard. So, yes, I did know that Cloverdale Paint.
I did not.
But the only reason I know that is because I read these advertisements frequently. Did you know that my phone is going off in my pocket? Reminding me to check the Eves of Destruction email.
Mid-bout, that's
Mid-bout,
commitment.
yeah. I do let myself off the hook from that task when I'm at a game. I don't actually know how to. All right, looks like the Frenzy is still making rounds with 50-50 tickets. Frenzy's waving at the outside of turn 2. There's a sign over there that says Uke and a skull and crossbones. So you might be able to find Frenzy if you look for the Uke sign on the skull and crossbones. Thank you to our fans for bringing some awesome artwork to celebrate your favorite skaters.
I believe that's the Ukulele Fan Club over there.
I would guess so. I think that's accurate.
Want to once again give a shout out to our officials for keeping the gameplay safe and fair.
You may notice that at the half, our jam refs will switch wristbands so that each team will have the other team's jam ref in the second half. Just keeps things a little fair, even. Different jam refs, different styles, different lines of sight.
We have Gravity Assist up against Bumblebeast. Bumblebeast was taking the forefront at first, but it's now Gravy working their way up the pack. Well, now as I say that, Gravy is knocked to the back of the pack.
Alita Battle Angel with the run back. Papa, Boba, and Alita working hard to contain Gravy, but Gravy does separate them some and makes their way up the pack a bit. That is Bumblebeast stretching the pack out at the front with lead jammer status.
Meanwhile, Gravy mired in the pack. And takes a hit from Bumblebeast. Little jammer on jammer action there.
And Bumblebeast called on illegal contact, I believe. Taking a trip to the penalty box.
I believe that was on that hit on Gravy.
I think so. I'm not sure what the illegal contact was. If the skate was out of bounds, perhaps, when Beast made contact, that would be illegal contact.
Might have also been a back block.
If somebody's on the ground when you make contact. Tombs again with the star pass. Eligible to score as the Daisy Pushers have yet another power jam opportunity. Daisy Pushers setting up for offense as Tombs comes around the outside, takes the shirt whip off of Flo, but is knocked out to the outside by Sweet Tea and hauled all the way back to 20 feet. with a bridge by Boba, that makes 30 feet. And that was Bonita Bandera, who tried to haul Tombstone to the back of the pack. Tombs did not see that and was issued a track cut penalty at the end of the jam. We'll start the jam in the penalty box. And now the world will have their opportunity for a power jam. Is Trish Trash jamming the power jam? Official time out called. I think the purpose of which is to ensure that the pivot turn jammer is no.
Fun fact.
I
used to skate in the same league as Trish Trash back in the day. Greater Vancouver, which used to be the Mainland Misfits, they were the first co-ed derby league on the West Coast.
You skated there.
I skated there.
I didn't know that. I only know you from the island. I also skated with the Mainland Misfits, but not at the same time as you.
And I skated with you up in Nanaimo.
Yes. Yeah. I've skated in a lot of places. So is Trish Trash, actually. You may see us carpooling together for reasons such as we live in the same house. All right, Trish Trash with the power jam in her hands. 5 seconds called as Tombstone anticipates the release from the penalty box. Bugsy knocks Trish Trash to the inside line right off the whistle, making Trish Trash have to recover before approaching the initial pass. No pack is called as Trash fights for lead jammer status. That's Bugsy again with a knockout and drawback. A little loss of balance by Trish Trash. She smiles that one off as Veronica DeVille sets up at the end of the engagement zone to contain Trash.
And Tombstone's out of the penalty box, back onto the track, right into the thick of the world.
And lead jammer status was open until this moment, and that's Trish Trash, lead jammer. As Tomb's still in the pack, Trash is approaching on a scoring pass. As we've discussed a few times, though, Tombs is not easy to hold and is now out on a scoring pass as well. Trash with the call off. Had to have collected a couple of points in the pack before that end of that jam. That was 2 points, so Trash did manage to make a little bit of work of the black blocking formation before ending the jam. I mentioned Parkway Physio and Performance Center. They are a place where personalized care meets specialized treatments and where patients are empowered to take control of their health and well-being. Parkway Physiotherapy is much appreciated at many of our events. And we certainly love their help and support.
And it's Farrell. Farrell Streak is now your lead jammer, up against Dragon the Dirt, who is mired in the front of the pack. And Draginda makes it through, while Farrell collects 4 points and calls off the jam. Now we have Sweet Tea up against Hot Flash. Hot Flash wraps around the outside. It's immediately mired into the pack. Stuck up at the front wall, but Hot.
Bumblebeast with a penalty off the whistle.
And Sweet Tea is your lead jammer. Sweet Tea coming in for their scoring pass. Hot Flash still stuck in the world's front wall. But Sweet Tea recycled to the back of the pack. Makes short work of the blockers, working on the outside, but that's it for the jam. Short and sweet, and 2 points. 2 points. 2 points for the world. And we have an official timeout.
Clarification from Orlando Furioso as to Bumblebee's penalty, and that was an illegal position because Beast was behind the jam line at the start of the jam. If a skater is just touching the jam line, or if they're just slightly over the jam line, they will likely be issued a false start warning before they are issued a penalty. And they do have an opportunity to yield position before restarting and blocking, but in this case, you must be at least between the jam and the pivot line to be considered in a legal position to block at the beginning of a jam. Tuffy and Goose jammers for each team. Goose with the steppy footwork at the back gets Legs a little worked up, but Legs is the winner in that battle. And Goose is now behind the tripod, pushing hard again. But that is Tuffy, jammer for the world, heading to the penalty box.
Now, power jam for the Daisy Pushers.
I think we've said that a few times this evening. I think the Daisy Pushers have definitely had the power jam advantage a few more times than the world has. And currently, the score stands at 70 points for the Daisy Pushers and the world 118. So that's actually the same score differential we had at the halftime. So the world hasn't gained anything in the first 14, 15, 16 minutes of the second period. So the Daisy Pushers still have some opportunity to make up ground here, considering the differential is so close still.
Oh, look, it's the zone again. Do love the zone, you know. Playing that modern rock live on the airways here in Victoria, BC. Our good friends here in Quadra Village broadcasting, but I would say the best music.
Excellent. Tune in on your drive home.
That's 91.3 the zone.
Slayer Moon for the Daisy Pushers with the power jam start advantage. Staying warm while the officials and track maintenance crew keep the track safe and well marked. Hustling off the track. Thank you, volunteer, for your time, your energy, and your excitement as you help us out with the games tonight. Settled back in and ready to play. 5 seconds is called. Power jam starts for Slayer Moon. Slayer Moon steps around Cinnabuns, who takes a little spill to the inside line. Got a penalty being issued, multiplayer block called to one of White's blockers. I believe that's Cinnabuns. Slayer Moon lead jammer for the Daisy Pushers, and an opportunity to score before the world's jammer returns to the track. No offense coming for Mo at this time, but Mo doesn't need it. Mo dances around the outside on toe stops, celebrates 4 points. Oh. Yep. Oh, yeah, 4 points. Thank you, Rolando Furioso. And we've got Tuffy back on the track. That outside line and toe stops is a popular way to get around blockers this evening, but Tuffy did find her way back to the inside line, stepped out of bounds and had to reset just briefly. Now working hard against the Daisy Pushers wall. Mo having an excellent jam, 4 more points on the board.
Wow, that's 12.
Lead jammer status and no initial pass for Tuffy so far leaves Mo with plenty more opportunity to close that gap even further for the Daisy Pushers in this 13th jam of the second game of the evening. That's another shirt whip off of Bugsy. Bugsy's shirt is getting lots and lots of use this evening. Thank you so much, Oddball, for making us jerseys that are so very, very durable. And we've got Dutchie at the front defending against Brammer. Chaos comes up to help. And Brammer, who took that star pass late in the jam, was unable to make that initial pass. We've got a couple more points going up on the board, and I think that's got to be our biggest jam of the night.
That is 18.
18 points for the Daisy Pushers at the hands or the feet of Slayer Moon. So what does the math tell me? 30-point difference now, so the Daisy Pushers gaining some ground with just under 12 minutes remaining to play.
Froggy versus Gravy. Gravy up at the mark at the front of the puck. Froggy down the inside and grabs lead jammer.
Frog is an excellent blocker as well. You may have seen that incredible one-on-one work in turn 3 earlier in the game. Tombstone with a star pass, surprise, surprise, out of the pack and ready to score. Helmet cover on the head and does hit the pack before the call-off. May see some points go up for the Daisy Pushers, but we've definitely got 4 for the world. That's right, Tombstone picks up 1 point for the Daisy Pushers. That is what you call a success after a star pass. Trish Trash with some really nice toe stop work on the inside line. Spins in turn 1, but is not lead. Lead jammer, you must have passed all opposing blockers upright and inbounds to obtain lead jammer status. Actually, in this case, I believe lead jammer status was issued to the other jammer for the Daisy Pushers, but they got caught up in the pack, and that's why Trash was not lead jammer. So the Pushers were able to call that jam off before Trish Trash could do any damage. And believe me, Trish Trash can do damage. Very physical player. Quite intimidating when she's on the approach.
So it turns out Driftwood Brewery is here in the beer garden. So in a world of mass-produced stuff, connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby on Viewfield Road or right to our left.
And a jammer race between Hot Flash and Alita Battle Angel, who is not lead jammer. Hottie was lead jammer. Calls off the jam to keep the Daisy Pushers in the game here with 10 minutes left.
I want to give a thanks to the St. John's ambulance attendants on site all weekend. And we enjoy it best when they enjoy nothing but their coffee, because that's a great game.
I like that our sponsorship announcements are carried over from tournaments, so we've just told St. John Ambulance that they're here all weekend. Like, you can go home tonight, that's okay.
No!
Feral Streak jamming for the world. Lead jammer status earned very quickly and already in scoring position, entering the engagement zone at the back. Hit to the side of Veronica DeVille, fighting against Legs Benedict and Bonita Bandera. That is Boba with the hit out. And the haul back to, I just mixed my teams up. So that was a star pass to Chaos. Slayer Moon no longer jammer. Chaos out and Feral Streak calls the jam off. Held to 4 points.
And Hotel Z rebels against the ordinary, combining retro aesthetic with modern comfort. Hotel Z, the antidote to boring travel. And the coolest minibus in town, I gotta say.
Serious jammers on the line. That's Trish Trash and Goose.
604 to 654.
Oh, yeah. Number sisters, not twins. Siblings, not twins. That is Trish Trash with lead jammer status. Pearl Jam in the box for the world. Trish Trash takes a spill, but is up and fighting against Daisy Pusher's Black Tripod. The world loses another blocker to the penalty box as Goose is out on initial pass. Trish Trash verbally signals calling it before tapping her hips and ending that jam, preventing any points by the Daisy Pushers. 4 points for the world at Trish Trash's hands.
And we have hot dogs up for sale up until the start of the last game. Get your hot dog before the first whistle of the last game.
Thank you for the update to the Frenzy. And don't forget that the Frenzy has 50/50 tickets for sale. Here she comes. How can you resist with that cute, fun human selling those tickets?
And we have Bumblebeast up against Dragon the Dirt. Dirt blasts off the outside, right into, through the inside and becomes the lead jammer. Bumblebee's still stuck at the jammer line. Dragon the Dirt sneaks in through their first scoring pass and takes those 4 points.
Dirt looks like she's got just as much energy as the first jam. She skated this game. No slowing her down. She's stepping through that pack, hits the floor and is back up like it never happened.
No,
Makes it past Pearl Jam at the front for another 4 points.
Meanwhile, there is a star pass for the world. It is now Froggy that is jamming for the world. And Dragon calls off the jam, shutting out the world.
That's what I do at bedtime. 3 more points for the Daisy Pushers, and we're still holding at about a 30-point differential, kind of jam to jam here. That's where we're at right now, with Daisy Pushers right on the 100 mark and the world with 130 points. We got time for several jams and several more scoring passes, so this is still anyone's game.
We probably still have time for Empire Donuts as well. Over here at the table to the left, a whole lot of love.
You know, every time you say Empire Donuts, I want to get up and go get one.
You know, they have one that looks remarkably like the Homer from The Simpsons. It's the pink vanilla sprinkles.
Yum, yum, yum. You know, I used to work at a 7-Eleven back in the day, and they had the Simpsons merch and all that, and they had this pink sprinkle donut, but I have a feeling that Empire Donuts version of that donut is going to be way tastier.
Superior.
And you know, the 7-Eleven one wasn't bad. It was a donut. But yeah, Empire Donuts, delicious. I don't live in Victoria, but if I did, they would have a regular customer in me. Maybe even worth the drive. I'm about 2.5 hours away.
They still do. Empire for a while had a chicken lunch with waffle fries that was beyond delicious.
Okay.
So
I'm moving to Victoria. Gravity assist 1-9 jamming for the Daisy Pushers as we come to near the end of this bout. Alita Battle Angel for the world. Alita is one of the mainland skaters who's come over to fill in the roster tonight.
You see, Gravy was way back from the jammer line. The jammers actually have all that space from the jammer line all the way around the track to the pivot line to begin, if they choose to do so.
Alita Battle Angel holding that outside line like a pro. Daisy Pusher blockers trying to hit her out, but she holds it and is making her way around for a second scoring pass. Gravy did have the star off, but exited the pack and is still the jammer. Alita signaling the call off, trying to pass the hips of Tombstone at the end of that final scoring pass. Did get all 4 points, so probably passed Tombs at another point during that little mess of a jam at the end there. So 138 now for the world, and Daisy Pushers held to 100 points.
It's Hot Flash up against Tuffy. Hot Flash being used as a shield by Tuffy. Tuffy now around the outside.
Did you see Chaos with the Matrix moves in the middle of the pack there? Yes. Lean back, use the hand to stay off the floor. I don't think I was ever that bendy. Tuffy
makes it
picking
through
up
with
points.
their scoring pass. That's 4 points for Tuffy. Meanwhile, Bugsy takes the star pass and a penalty at the same time.
Leaving Tuffy free to score another 4 points for the world. Daisy Pushers setting up their defense at the front. The world hanging back, but called in for offense. Just gets that pack moving forward a bit. Trish Trash, the last defending blocker at the front, does pull back and lets Tuffy sort it out on her own. 4 more points on the board, to bringing it to 12 for the world on this power jam. Call off. And Bugsy, frozen in the penalty box, will have to be the jammer.
Oh,
The start of the next jam. She got no choice.
did you see that? Did you see that eye contact? Tuffy did that on purpose, locking Bugsy in the penalty box. That was
I mean,
devious.
Tuffy knows what's up. Tuffy knows what to do in that circumstance. To be honest, though, I've said it earlier tonight, Bugsy is a formidable jammer. I have been knocked to the floor many, many times, as Bugsy has maybe dropped the shoulder or hip into me. So it's a great choice to lock a jammer in the box, but it does depend on who it is, and Bugsy can bring it. So. Heart and Hands, your friendly neighborhood community acupuncture and holistic health collective in the heart of Quadra Village. Thank you so much, Heart and Hands, for sponsoring our 2026 season.
Parkway Physio and Performance Center is a place where personalized care meets specialized treatments and where patients are empowered to take control of their health and well-being.
At least you said the zone a bunch, because I guess they probably pay for more hits, hey?
Exactly, that's exactly what it is.
Oh, I'm seeing in my notes here that we have an after party tonight. Join all your favorite skaters at Swan's Pub for the Eves of Destruction after party tonight.
Swans.
Woo!
Nice.
It's a late night with 3 games. I mean, okay, it's not that late. Oh, let's look at the center of the track. Attention on the referees. Is there an onside?
Battery break. Battery timeout.
Check, hello? Okay, so pushers requested a cut on World Jammer based on review and feedback from the OPRs. The no call will stand. Pushers do not retain their OR.
Okay, so the Daisy Pushers have used their 1 official review for this half. They were not successful, so they do not get a jammer trade at the start of the jam. So it will be 1 jammer at the jam line, 1 jammer in the penalty box, those being Bumblebeast and Bugsy. A Bumblebeast and a Bugsy. Insects, bugs.
Beast dances up the inside, tries to skate around the outside, but it gets mired at the front wall. Meanwhile, Bugsy slams into the world. But Beast is through, takes lead jammer. And makes easy work of the pack, and Beast is through for their first scoring pass. Meanwhile, Bugsy decided that she misses the penalty box and wants to go back.
So power jam for the world. Beast finds the inside line with a little bit of help from the offensive white skaters.
Are they really offensive?
Very offensive. Bumblebee skipping along the inside of turn 2, caught up by Toombs at the front of the pack. Wheels of Fortune
Formidable
and
block
Morning
by
Glory.
Toombs. Oh,
Lead a
And
Battle
done.
Angel with a big hit to Wheels of Fortune on the outside line. Wheels is up and ready to step back into play. Bumblebeast with another scoring pass brings the jam total to 12 points for the world. And Bugsy stepped in front of her own tripod, unfortunately, will return to the box, leaving Beast unopposed again. Some beautiful offense by Alita Battle Angel clearing Tombstone off the line, and Bubble Beast with another scoring pass. Tombstone also issued a penalty, will join Bugsy in the box as the jam winding down to just over 20 seconds.
So the skater has to return behind the entire pack, not just the opposing players.
Yes. So there are some pretty complex pack rules. In most cases, the safest bet when you're returning to the track after a penalty is to re-enter behind everybody else on the track. There are certain circumstances in which you can re-enter in front of one of your teammates, but not any more than that. So in this particular moment, unfortunately, Bugsy stepped in front of more than one of her own skaters, and that's why the illegal re-entry penalty was issued. So we've started on another power jam with Sweet Tea for the world. Veronica Duval doing absolutely everything to stop Sweet Tea, but Sweet Tea with the beautiful moves on the outside line is lead jammer for the world. Bugsy back in the pack. Attempts an apex jump, but is seated by the opposing blockers.
I often ask those rules questions, not from me, but for people kind of.
Do you want to announce those so that I can warm up after the game?
Sure.
Thank you. And we have a team timeout called by the Daisy Pushers. Nearing the end of the game. It's gone so quickly I didn't realize that we're down to 12 seconds on the clock, so that was a strategic use of the timeout. North Island Roller Derby gathered on the track to show off those incredible jerseys. Nerds. What kind of nerds are those? North Island Roller Derby and Alita Battle Angel, who has played some incredible roller derby tonight. So that team timeout paused the game clock, leaving enough time for one last jam. 30 seconds left on the clock will allow you a jam, but anything less, you will have to freeze the jam clock. We have a penalty box timer dance off, step off. We've got some entertainment at the far end of the building here.
And we have Slayer Moon up against Feral Streak.
And this will be the last jam, very likely, as Feral Streak is actively pressing against those Daisy Pusher blockers. Slayer Moon doing the same against their opponent. Pack getting very separated. Lots of space between the two blocking formations, but we do still have a pack with Bridges Flo and Trish Trash. Trish Trash bridging up front, looking to possibly help their jammer. No pack is called. Feral takes advantage of that and does get out front as lead jammer. Eligible to put up a few more points for the world before the end of this bout. The period clock has expired.
So, Feral Streak basically in control of the end of this match. Not anymore. As soon as I say that.
Feral had fallen to the floor and put both arms out of the track. Meanwhile, another skater from the opposing team had set themselves back in play a little bit. So Feral did actually cut a skater by standing up on the track and resuming play from where they were before seeding a cut. Trish Trash drawing the jammer all the way to the back. Slayer Moon having to set back at turn 2. Removes the helmet cover. And we got 30 seconds left in this jam. Let's hear it for both of these teams. This is an incredible, exciting game. Amazing roller derby on both sides. Feral Streak verbalizing the energy that they've had to expend just to get out of the pack each time in this last bout. Toombs again with a star pass at the end of the game here. And that be it.
Thank you.
You can nudge me. I say way too much. Thank you, Dee. Mine.
Checked. Okay. All right, it is time to announce our MVPs for the game. Our MVP blocker for the world is 209, Bonita Bandera. And our MVP jammer for the world, Farrell Streak. And for your daisy pushers, your MVP blocker, Ukulele. And your MVP jammer, Slayer Moon. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the volunteers. Thank you all folks for coming out tonight. Please stick around. Next game is at 7:30, and remember, hot dogs will be served up until the first whistle of the last game. Get your 50-50 tickets. The draw will be announced during the halftime of the last game. You have your Empire Donuts, and Driftwood Brewery is right to our left as well. Thank you, folks.
Could all non-skating and skating officials please come over to the penalty box to get a picture? Calling all officials.
Hello, hello. Welcome to our second game of the evening.
Third game.
Oh, third game of the evening.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Yeah, bring up that energy. I'd like to thank you all for coming tonight. But before we get started, let's just do a little land acknowledgement. The EOD of destruction acknowledge and thank the Kosapsum, SIහැ Nation, and the Songhees Nation, along with the Sook and Pachidad for allowing us to play the sport we love and host events on their traditional territory. We as guests recognize this territory as unceded and honor our ongoing relationship with the land stewardship and the Legungan-speaking people. We are honored to live on this land, work towards reconciliation, decolonization, and building relationships in our community. A few local organizations that you can support are the Native Victoria Friendship Center, Raven Trust Environmental Justice, and Quam Quam Coastal Connections, Indigenous Harm Reduction and Health Services. Thank you so much. Do you want to do the away first? Yeah.
I'm Hurls. Would like to let you know who's going to be playing on this away team. The world.
Bum, bum, bum.
We have number 00, Fanny. Number 102, Pearl Jam. Number 11, Sweet Tea. Number 121, SÄR Number 168, Collateral Damage. Number 209, Bonita Bandera. Number 3, Brawl Patrol. Number 56, Alita Batty Angel. And skating with 616, Trish Trash. We have 613, Mill Street Bruisery. 666, Carry Me to Hell. 76, The Cunning Linguist. Number 8, Scream Soda. Number 86, Silver Rogue. And 880, Legs Benedict. On the bench, we have Steeps and Raven.
And give it up for our home team, the Bells of the Brawl. We have 0, Regrettal. 02, Bazooka Langley. 03, Bada Bing, Bada Boom. 12, Bruce Clues. 127, Skylord. Whoa, okay. 13, Slam It Janet. 14, Kitty Catapults. 17, Banshee. 2, Kamikaze K. 27, Honey Crueler. 321, Dita Von Terror. 333, Shirley Temple of Doom. 404, Liability. 411, Dynamo Dash. 501, Panic Attack. 78, Jerry Can. 89, Lank the Tank. And for our bench staff tonight, we have Ruby Roughhouser, Lank the Tank, Kitty Catapult, Violet Criminal.
I would like to introduce you to our non-skating officials. skating officials. We have our head ref tonight, Rolando Furioso. Inside pack ref, Wiener. Jam ref, Alms Lawbringer. Jam ref, Faffin' About. Outside pack ref, Slayer Moon. Outside pack ref, Hot Flash. Outside pack ref, Duchess of Death. And our alternate, Audrey Rugburn.
For our non-skating officials, we have Rex, Time Bandit, Charlie Hearst, Uke, Dutch Roll, V-Rex, Nailer, Left on Red, Artemis Prime, Wheels of Fortune, Gravity Assist, Raven, and Veronica D. Vile. Thank you so much to our officials. And let's
And
get
we're
to the
underway.
game.
We have Lingo pushing at the back, up against that Brawler tripod. Panic sneaking through on the inside line, coming around, turn 3 now. Lingo fast on his behind him, and coming around turn 4. The pack is fast. Panic calls it off by tapping his hips.
The Eves of Destruction wish to thank all of the outstanding sponsors that fund gameplay you enjoy. As well as to tell you more about tonight, consider if you too would like to help us keep rolling through 2026. Contact us by contacting EOD sponsorship at gmail.com. On the line we have Bruise Clues and Scream Soda. Scream Soda pushing hard at the back against the Brawlers, and Bruise Clues pushing it at the front against the World. Scream getting stopped there by Bazooka Langley, getting caught up on their hips. Scream getting through, getting lead, and Bruise not far behind. Bazooka Langley doing some great defense there.
And we have them lining up for Jam 3 here. We have Kitty coming out to Jam. Up against Alita, Baddie Angel. Both on the Jam line. We have all of the blockers on the pivot line, but the World is coming back. They're in a back wall, tripod at the back, catching Kitty. Kitty is getting hit out, and then actually not getting hit out, and going ahead, and getting lead. Not getting lead. Not getting lead either. Okay, we do have lead assigned now to Alita, Baddie Angel. Here she comes around turn 4. Looking at this Brawler tripod at the back and sneaking on by. Kitty's coming out of the pack ahead of her, coming around the track, going around turn 1, and Alita Baddie Angel calls the Jam off.
My mouth is full of donut from Empire Donuts. Go check them out before they're all
Delicious.
sold out.
Goose ate them all.
Yum, 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 yum. Yes, you can announce this one.
We've got Lingo and Skylord of the Rings lined up on the back line. Skylord's coming up against that tripod, which is the World. Getting blocked by Legs there. Legs, sneaking on by. And we have Skylord coming out. Skylord is coming around turn 4. Lingo getting stuck in that Brawler pack. Brawler's trying to drag back. Coming up against Kamikaze. Brawler's forming a tripod there. And then a little bit of a dog pile. Lingo making her way around there. Oh, Skylord gets hit to the inside from Legs. Skylord coming back to enter the pack there. Up against Legs again. Hit out by Trash, calling it off.
Wow, I love roller derby. Nothing like watching roller derby with my good pal Hurls.
Aw.
On the line, we have Bruise Clues for the Bells of the Brawl and Scream Soda for the World. Looks like we have one in the box for the Bells of the Brawl and starting with a full line for the World. World doing some defense there on the inside line, offense there on the inside line, getting Scream Soda out quite promptly. Sending one to the box for a penalty. Bruise Clues making her way through the pack, forcing the call off. Looks like we're gonna have an official review for the Bells of the Brawl. And on that note, Parkway Physio and Performance Center is a place where personalized care meets specialized treatment and where patients empowered to take control of their health and well-being. Have you ever been to Parkway Physio?
Absolutely, I have.
I love that they give you exercises that you can do all around. Like, I'm at work and I am doing my physiotherapy.
Well, I went there for pelvic floor physiotherapy, so I don't do that at work.
Oh. What are the details? Can you tell me the details of your pelvic floor physiotherapy?
No, thank you. Not on the microphone.
I'll ask you later. At the after party. Ooh. Oh, we got a official review, or Rolando Furioso is gonna
tell you what the official review was.
tell us what it is. Oh, technical issue.
Here we go.
Bells of the Brawl have requested a illegal position penalty on the World Jammer in the previous jam.
I was like, oh. Oh no. That's okay. One time I said I didn't do my taxes. And then I went into detail for how long it's been since I last done my taxes.
According to the jam ref, the jammer in the previous jam was knocked into a down position and did not deliberately take a down position. No call will stand, and the Brawlers lose their official review for this period.
We have Brawl Patrol lining up with Batty on the jam line there. Brawlers right ahead of them, lined up as a tripod on the jam line there. And then we have the World at the front. So what are they going to do next? No pack. Failure to reform. We have both jammers on the outside of turn one there, trying to make their way through. Batty coming out at the front. Brawl Patrol making her way out of the front of the pack, getting lead jam. Brawl Patrol going to the box for a cut call. Batty coming around. This is going to be a 2-minute jam here. Lots of roller derby to watch. Batty meeting up with Trash on the outside line. Coming against Battle. Battle hitting Batty to the out.
Yeah, it's funny. I love a 2-minute jam as a person watching. Hate a 2-minute jam as a jammer, you know?
Yeah. I once did a 4-minute jam.
Ooh.
It was an accident.
That's a testament to your endurance.
And Batty calls it off.
Oh. We have 50-50 happening over there. Go down and get your 50-50. Oh.
We have our lovely track maintenance team, Chaos, sprinting over to repair the track with some tape.
You could leave richer than you think, though, with that 50-50. Go check it out.
Fitty.
We have the sweet, sweet Frenzy walking around being like, hey, get this 50-50. I'm just trying to hand you money.
Get that money.
Get it.
It's at least $135.
That's crazy.
Way more than that now.
You could buy me a donut with that. Just putting it out there. One day.
Goose has not had enough donuts yet. Consider buying Goose more donuts.
I'll even eat your leftovers.
Don't run with the scissors, but you can run with the tape.
So fast.
Speedy. We have a power jam for Panic Attack. And some very speedy action going on already before the jam even starts. Panic Attack coming all the way around the outside after getting hit out, coming against this world tripod, making his way through on the inside line and getting lead jammer status. Brawl Patrol coming along there, getting hit out to the inside. Panic Attack entering the pack at the back there. Quick turn and a bit of a fall. Legs Benedict dragging him all the way back. We have both jammers coming out and Panic calling it off.
You're pretty good at this. It's almost like you play roller derby or something. Lots of coming out in roller derby. Yes. On the line, we have Kitty Catapult and Lingo. Kitty getting through. Oh, getting stopped by Fanny on that inside line. Getting through due to no pack. Lingo not far behind. Sneaking up. Kitty calling it off. Nice work, guys. You all rock.
So
Love
we
it.
have the Bells of the Brawl with 29 points coming into Jam 8 and the World with 8 points. We've got our Jam 8 starting lineup here. Scream Soda jamming for the World, Bruise jamming for the Brawlers. We have a Brawlers tripod at the back and a World tripod at the front. I've seen this earlier today. No pack again. Bruise is coming up to meet those blockers at the front, getting hit to the out, coming back onto the track. Scream Soda coming out of the front of the pack there, making her way around. She's now passing turn 4, and Bruise is going around turn 3.
I think it's really interesting to see the jam starts and people bringing back the, like, creating a no pack off the line. I think that's...
Scream Soda calling it off.
I feel like much like fashion trends, jam starts are also coming back.
They come and they go and they come back around.
You know?
Just like low-rise jeans.
It's true. Just like low-rise jeans and, what is it, tube tops? Those are in, I think. Not for me. They're not in for me. But they could be in for you. Purchase a tube top.
Maybe we have some at the merch table.
Oh, wow. Over there has a tube top. And you can go buy some merch from WOW.
You can buy merch from Nerve.
You could buy some beer at the beer garden from WOW.
We have a power jam for the Brawlers happening here. Skylord is coming up against Bandita and Battle at the back. Pearl Jam is also one of the blockers there, coming back to meet Skylord at the back. Skylord coming around the outside. Stepping back onto the track, meeting up with those blockers again. Pushing on that seam there. Jerrycan is providing a little bit of offense there for Skylord. Sweet Tea coming out of the box quickly, meeting up with those brawlers at the front there, getting hit out by Jerrycan. Skylord has taken the hat off. Maybe she's thinking about passing the panty. Kamikaze coming out of the box, giving Skylord some from the outside there.
We have Kamikaze K going to the box. Panic running them back. Sweet Tea going to the box for a cut penalty.
As far as what's going on the track here, we've got lots of blockers doing lots of stuff.
Yeah, they're doing a great job blocking. It's almost like it's
The
their
world
job.
hitting Skylord out to the inside yet again. Skylord is meeting up with Battle at the back of the pack there. Oh, performs the star pass. The pivot falls, is back up quickly. Meeting up with Bandita at the front. Bandita and legs. And that's the end of that jam.
The Zone 91-3 is our exclusive radio partner. Playing today, modern rock. The Zone is live on the airways from here in Victoria. Check it out. The Zone. They sponsor us. And on the line, we have Kitty Catapult and Fanny. We got Fanny doing some defense there against Kitty. Kitty going out on the outside line, sneaking through, using a little bit of distraction from the other team. Fanny squeezing through on that inside line, going for the out, coming all the way around. Hot on Kitty's tail. Kitty calls it off.
Here we go, Jam 11.
What a bunch of athletes. Wow.
We've got a Brawler tripod at the back and a World tripod at the front. And we've got a couple of blockers floating sort of in the middle there. We've got Banshee and Battle, and they're kind of deking each other out a little bit. Bruise is hitting the World tripod up at the front there. We've got Lingo and Rogue as the two butts on that wall. Scream Soda comes out of the front of the pack and is awarded lead jammer status. Bruise is close behind by maybe one turn behind her. The pack is fast now. We're going around and around, folks. Let's hear it. A shirt whip and a call off. Who doesn't love a shirt whip?
Love a shirt whip. I love a shirt whip so much. In a world full of mass-produced stuff, I connect with what you consume with Driftwood Brewery. Visit their bar and patio nearby Viewfield Road, or on site here tonight, right now, from WOW. And on the line, we have Bada Bing Bada Boom and Sweet Tea. We got the World on the back line there, Jerry doing some offense for Batty, and Sweet Tea getting held up in the front, getting hit out, run back by Slam It Janet. Oh, no, getting held up in the front there. And coming out with the lead. Oh, no lead. No lead has been assigned because I believe one of the other players was down. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. And we have Batty there taking off the hat, looking for her pivot. Sweet Tea now coming out with lead. Lord with the hat now, getting hit out by Sweet Tea coming through with her first point, 4 points. And it called off.
Jam 13, we have the Brawlers taking a front wall. They have their full contingency there. We have all of the skaters on the track for this jam. We
All of
have
them.
Panic Attack and Lingo high-fiving as they're discussing what they're about to do.
Wow.
WOW is not on the track right now.
Officiating error, and so we accidentally called lead on the second trick attempt.
Ah.
Are we supposed to say that?
Okay. There was an officiating error in the previous jam. There was they were going to call the jam on. They wanted to call the jam on the first trip, not the second trip. So the initial trip was the score. Would have been the.
They wanted to call the jam off, but whoopsies. Eventually they did.
Yeah. You get it. I'll get it.
We like to take a moment to thank our referees because they're just so smart. Like, there's really just so much going on all the time. Like, do you guys see how many referees there are? There's a reason for that.
They keep us safe.
This sport, I tell you, all the rules and the things and the stuff. We have the world lining up at the back there, and the Brawlers just slightly ahead of them. Pearl Jam is sort of floating on the inside there, and Kitty is also the one on the other team. Panic Attack heading to the in, then heading to the out. Lingo going up the middle. Panic Attack coming out along the outside line, making his way around the track. Lingo is making her way through. She's almost out at the front, and then the Brawlers have reabsorbed. They've come around, and the blockers have put their butts and parked them right in front of her. Panic Attack doing a little hop on his toe stops as he comes around.
Nice.
Lingo has made her way out. Panic about to hit the pack. We are in turn 4. He calls it off.
Holy moly.
Turn 3.
Wow, wow,
turn
wow,
4.
wow, wow.
So many turns.
So many turns. Have you ever been to Hotel Zed?
I have not.
Well, Hotel Zed rebels against the ordinary, combining a retro aesthetic with modern comfort. Hotel Zed is the anecdote for boring travel.
I have heard that. I have heard that they have some nice rooms there.
Yeah. Well, maybe if you go to Tofino, you could get a hotel room.
Tofino, Victoria, it's a nice place to stay if you need a hotel.
And on the line, we have Banshee and Ada Bedo Angel. Oh my God. And they got lead. And they're getting run back by Bruce Clues. Who would have thought? And they're coming in, getting hit by Liability and Dash. And they're going through, getting 4 points on the board. Bruce Clues now with the hat for Bells of the Brawl. Trying to sneak through there. Out of Battle Angel is coming through for another 4 points. Bruce Clues squeaking through. Oh, Bruce Clues going into the penalty box for a cut penalty. Out of Battle Angel is coming around for some offense from the other team. And zoopity boop boop going through. And that's 12 points. Oh, 16 points for the world. I think this is a really good game to watch. I like how they're keeping the point differential really tight here. Out of battling. I know, I was like, oh God. My dyslexia. Just battle.
Just say battle.
Okay. Yeah. Like my dyslexic ass.
Coming into Jam 15 here, the Bells of the Brawl have 43 points, and the World just behind them with 36 points. Well, Goose, I'm going to talk about the donuts. A whole lot of love. Empire Donuts. Delicious. I think you had the Earl Grey.
I love the Earl Grey donut.
I also had the Earl Grey. She's a creature of habit. Earl
After
Grey,
every
all
game,
the way.
yeah. And sometimes, if there are leftovers, They go on sale.
There's never leftovers. They always sell out.
It's
All
true.
donuts are made by hand from scratch with quality ingredients. And we're hearing that whistle, and we know that we're about to start the jam. Looks like a power jam for the world here. Bandita Bandera is giving some instructions to her blockers. And off she goes along the inside line, hitting Jerry Can over and sailing on by. Coming around turn 4 now. The world is at the back, and they are looking to see.
Getting hung up on Jerry Can there.
Bruce Cruz coming in the back there, coming up against 2 of those blockers. Pearl Jam comes around to join her teammates at the front. Bruce Cruz on the floor on the inside line there, staying down. And the jam is called off.
Bonita Bandera going to the penalty box for a cut penalty.
Thank you so much, St. John's Ambulance. These amazing volunteers coming and making sure we're all good.
I didn't realize there was an injury. I just kept talking. On the line here, looks like we're gonna have Kitty Catapult with a power jam. Power start, really. Got the brawlers on the inside, on the outside. Kitty Catapults zoopity booping all the way through, getting caught on the legs Benedict and getting through with the lead. Jammers hitting them. Oh, it's happening so fast, I can't even narrate it. Kitty's getting caught on Scream Soda there. Coming through with 4 points. Bonita Bandera coming out. Looking for that panty pass to Scream Soda.
That was a nice pass.
Very sneaky.
Smooth.
Kitty calling it off.
The Brawlers are taking the back line for this one.
They're really closing the gap on this score, the world is.
Only 9 points between them, 49-40 for the Brawlers. And we have the world lined up on the front line there. All the players are on the track for this jam. The world scooching on back. They're coming back to be just in front of the Brawlers who are lined up on the right in front of the jam line there. The jam is on. Panic attack hits those world skaters. Trish Trash jamming for the world, getting hit out to the in by Dita. Meeting up with Dash, taking the panty off her head. Panic attack coming back around. The helmet cover is going onto Battle's head as she comes around turn 4. Panic had called the jam off, and we're up to the next jam here.
Just a little reminder to our friends in the audience. Drinks ticket sales are going to be over at halftime. So if you want to get some drinkies, you better get your tickets now. And 50-50. Go spend some money to make some money. What's up? Go find our friend Frenzy. On the line, we have Batty and Fanny. Fanny pushing hard at the front, getting caught on K, getting some support from Scream Soda. Batty pushing hard at the back against Sweet Tea. Fanny pushing on the inside line there. Batty coming through with lead. Batty coming in. Scream Soda now with the the hat for the world. Getting stopped by Kay and Banshee. Getting knocked down and sent back. And Batty coming through and calling it off, getting us 2 points.
Team timeout for the world. I'll just bring it up. Parkway Physiotherapy and Performance Center is a place where personalized care meets specialized treatments and where patients are empowered to take control of their health and well-being.
Take control of it. You, all of you.
It's your body.
We all experience pain. But you know what? A little workout from physiotherapy can make wonders. Oh, getting some tape on the track. And just like you can tape your knees and your shoulder and your elbow from Parkway Physio. So if you're not already going, you better go.
So many joints to tape. We have Kitty and Brawl Patrol lined up on the back line there, and all of the blockers are fighting for that pivot line starting point. Brawlers are thinking, we'll hang back over here a little bit. Everybody's sort of situating themselves. We have the Brawlers lining up slightly behind the world, but all the skaters are at the front there on the pivot line. That's going to give a nice big run up for these two jammers. However, the world is coming back to meet Kitty at the jam line. Kitty is coming against Bandera. There's a big scrum there. Kitty comes out at the front, pushing on those world blockers. Coming up with Battle. It's a one-on-one. Kitty has been assessed a penalty, heading to the box. Brawl Patrol making her way out of the pack, coming around turn 4, and being assessed lead jammer status. The world is having a look here to see how they can help their jammer. They are holding a goat at the back. Doom has escaped from all of those blockers, and the Brawlers have rejoined one another. The world's lined up again. Brawl Patrol coming around. The roller derby action is happening in turn 2. Brawl Patrol hit to the inside line, coming back around, being pulled back by Slamma. Kitty pushing up against those world blockers and then coming up at the front. The jam gets called off. We have 56 points for the Bells of the Brawl and 47 points for the world.
On the line, we have Jerry Can out for the first time as a jammer, and the Lingo. Jerry pushing hard at the front. Lingo trying to squeak out on the outside line there, getting pushed out to the front and through with lead. Jerry getting pushed on the outside line there by Fanny. Oh, and we have a hat pass by now it's Panic. Giving us 1 point for the world. This is a close game, everybody.
Skylord of the Rings and Sweet Tea lined up on the jam line. We have a tripod of brawlers right in front of them, also just ahead of the jam line, and then a tripod of the world just ahead of them. The whistle goes, and the two jammers are at each other a little bit before Sweet Tea hits that walled block of brawlers at the back. Skylord pushing that tripod forward, coming into turn 1 now. Battle having a good hold on Skylord there in turn 1. Sweet Tea up against that tripod just behind them. Also turn 1. Getting hit out, coming back in, going to that seam. Some offense from Legs Benedict, breaking things up a little bit. And here we have Sweet Tea making her way out of the pack. One last hit from Banshee before she goes, and she's been assigned lead. We've got a few blockers heading to the box here, and we have Legs Benedict holding it down on the track, giving some offense as well for her jammer. Jammer coming up, ooh, called off.
Well,
3-0
well.
jam there for the world. All things considered, very exciting.
Yeah. Truly, especially considering the fact that the world has 2 people in the box right now. I would have thought that maybe the Brawlers would have come out with some more points. And on the line, we have Kitty Catapult and Fanny. Fanny trying to do some offense, or some defense, and getting caught on K. Kitty getting through with lead, coming around the track. Getting hit by Trash. Oh, they were in the clear. Skating all the way around. Boop-a-da-boo. Both blockers out of the box. Not far behind Kitty. Coming in for some offense, so defense. Kitty coming through with another 4 points on the board. And there's been a panty pass to Battle. Battle not far behind Kitty. Kitty calling it off. Successfully putting 2 more points on the board for Brawlers. Total of 10 points. That puts us at 66 for the Brawlers and 51 for the World.
You should probably get your 50-50 tickets now. If you want to get your 50-50 tickets, you should probably figure out where Frenzy went and buy some from her. Where is she? There she is. How can you not see her? She's right there. Panic Attack coming through the back of that pack, and Scream Soda almost at the same time. Panic Attack coming out just in front, Scream Soda right behind him. Look at the speed on these skaters, folks. That is some fast skating. Panic Attack coming around the outside there, getting all 3 of those points. Just the athleticism and the footwork that I'm seeing tonight is incredible.
Truly, so fast. Makes me think, damn, I gotta go to the gym. Or maybe I should go get some acupuncture from Heart and Hands. Heart and Hands, your friendly neighborhood community acupuncture and holistic health collective in the heart of Quadra Village. Check it out. It's fun. Bring your friends. On the line, we have Trash pushing for the World and Lord pushing for the Bells of the Brawl. Lord pushing at the front of the pack against the World, getting hit by Paw Paw, but getting unstoppable. And we have Trash looking for a panty pass, or a hat pass to their pivot. Sweet Tea now with the hat. And Lord pushing hard against that tripod and promptly calling it off before Sweet Tea can get any points.
Look at these NSOs over here. Fingers up in the air, chatting with the refs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep.
Yeah, what do you think they're all saying? What do you think they say to each other over there?
I think they're just counting to 4.
Yeah, and they're like, this is 4, you get 4.
4 for you, 4 for me. Here we
Maybe-
go.
maybe-
Intermission.
What?
Intermission? Intermission.
You know what?
10-minute intermission. What should you spend your time doing? Let's think. Well, first of all, buy 50-50 ticket. Second of all, buy beer. Third of all, buy a donut. Fourth of all, buy some merch.
Yeah.
They have toques over there. Like, it's pretty chilly in here. You're thinking, maybe I want to wear a toque. Keep my head warm.
I'm freezing. Maybe if you win 50-50, you could buy me a toque.
And also me.
Yeah, you have less hair, so you're colder.
And I mean, you've got like at least $135 in your pocket. You could probably buy a few toques with that,
Yeah.
depending on how many toques Nerve has over there at the merch booth.
Yeah, I say buy them all. Hats for the whole team.
And let's all remember to just leave the tape on the track tonight. Let's just not even touch it. After the game is over, don't even look at it.
And you know what? That's actually like less work for all of us.
Do not do anything. Just leave the track tape there.
If you want, you can fold up some chairs if you feel so inclined. But leave the track
The track will just stay there.
forever.
Not forever, but for a while anyways.
I wonder if the curling club would let us keep our trophies here.
Look at all these banners on the wall.
Yeah. What about...
Speaking of banners on the wall, we have a few banners on the wall around just some of our sponsors.
like Roller Girl.
Cloverdale Paint has helped keep our track going for over 13 years. Check out their newly opened store in Souk.
back, everybody. We're going to do 50-50. Right here, right now. Just wait a minute. We're gonna do it. We're just gonna do 50-50 real quick. 197.50.
All right. Who's our lucky winner that gets to take home 196.50? All right, we got a blue ticket. We got 5, 6, 2, 8, 3, 1, 6.
Who is it?
Who is it? Do we see him? The last 3 numbers again, folks. 3, 1, 6. Woo!
Woo! Buy me a hat, sugar baby. No, sorry, that's not right. You could buy me a hat. You could. On the line, we have Kitty Catapult.
Test.
And I love the Influence Board Shop. And guess what? They just did these incredible renovations.
Ooh.
And the whole store is now like ramps and a bunch of other shit. Oh, sorry. And stuff. And it's great. I love that place. You all should check it out. If you haven't done park skating before, come with me and we can do it together, maybe.
They also have a great selection of skateboards and gear, and they have some roller derby gear there as well. And we are underway here. And now we're not.
Wow.
That was a quick one. We got faffing about referee holding up 0 points.
But honestly, like the ramp is kind of like, it's like a roller coaster, but like your body is the mechanism that's pushing you around.
Carrie beat a hell lining up as a jammer here. First time jamming tonight. Oh, bit of a pile up there on the inside line. Everybody is still just over at the jam line there. Oh, Panic is actually out, coming around the track already. Meeting up with the pack just ahead of turn 1. Hit out by Alita.
Wow. Did
Panic
you see that
and
little
Alita
spin?
having it out at the back of the pack there.
That beautiful little spin on that inside line. Is this roller derby or the ballet?
This is the Panic and Alita show right now at the back of the pack. We have Hell coming up against those 3 brawlers. Dita, Zooks, Slamma, Banshee. Look at all those brawler blockers. Hell has taken the helmet cover off and is looking for a little bit of help, hopefully, from SirVixLot. SirVixLot is pretty busy because Panic is back in the pack again. Coming up against those blockers, passing his hips around, another, and another, and coming out of the front of the pack. Sorry, my mistake. Fanny is the pivot here.
And it looks like Fanny has a hat.
With the star in hand. Fanny now giving it a try against these brawler blockers at the back.
Fanny getting a penalty for
Pet track. Power jam for the brawlers. Panic getting hit to the outside by Brawl Patrol, calling it off. So, we have a power jam. That was a 14-point jam that we just had for the brawlers there.
Yeah, wow. That was so good. Love
The
to
world
watch
is
it.
going to take a timeout, just regroup.
I think it's actually an official review, maybe?
Maybe they'll regroup during the official review.
And in that time, we can talk about the zone. 91.3-3 as our exclusive radio partner playing today. You can listen right now, but you're here watching roller derby, which is much better. I mean, no, the zone. You should listen to the zone when you're not here playing
I'm a
roller derby.
zoner. I love listening to the zone. I also want to give a big EOD thank you to our tireless photographers, Green Bean, Shayna James Photography. We all look forward to revisiting today's greatest hits through your work. Well, we have the results of the official review, and we can just infer those just looking at the track here. We have both of the jammers lined up, and we have all the blockers lined up as well. The world coming to the back there. A little bit of offense coming from Doom on the outside line. Baddie's making her way through. Scream Soda's out at the front. Scream Soda coming around turn 4, looking to hit the pack at the back there. A little bit of contact with Jerry and Bruce. A lot of contact there with Dash. It looks like Bruce has taken the helmet cover, putting it onto her head. She's actually putting it over top of the pivot cover because the pivot can become the jammer. As you can see, there's 2 different helmet cover types. One Lingo just took off. That's the pivot helmet cover. The pivot is a blocker who can morph into the jammer.
Yes, a jack of all trades, if you will. And on the line, we have Skylord and Alita. And Alita squeezing up through the front there, getting hit out by Kitty, getting run back. No pack. Oh my goodness. And at the back, Skylord pushing through at the... Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. All right. Skylord now has lead. Alita not far behind. We got a fast pack. Oh my god. Fast derby. We love it. Wow. Okay. And Skylord calling it off, making sure that Alita doesn't get any points. Oh my god. I was stressed. Stressed out there.
Goose is not even on the track, but just really feeling it.
It's true.
We have 102 points for the Brawlers and 61 for the World, so getting a little bit of a gap here going on now with just 20 minutes left in the game. Slamma.
Got Slam It Janet on the line and Brawl Patrol. Brawl getting hit out by Bada Bing Bada Boom. Trying to push against Bazooka Langley. Pushing hard, getting some help from Fanny.
Slamma has lead jam. First time jamming tonight.
Wow, and getting lead at that. Ooh. Getting hit down by Sweet Tea. Sweet Tea going to the box for a low block. Slamming, getting caught on Fanny. Brawl Patrol getting a penalty. Skylord getting through, Slam It Janet getting through.
Wow, Pearl Jam hitting Slamma out at the very front. Slamma says, I'll just call it off. That means that we're going to start with a power jam for this next one, folks. We have a couple of skaters in the box here for the World, so let's see what the Brawlers do.
Yeah, starting a power jam like that, that's a really smart move. Because, I mean, you get to have a fresh jammer come out, you get to start new. Yeah, smart stuff. There's always, different reasons why people might choose to continue running the jam when they have a power jam or to call it off and start fresh.
So much strategy in this game.
Mm-hmm. Kitty getting hit out by Trash. Getting some offense by Dash.
Both jammers coming in at the back of the pack there at the same time. There was an attempted helmet cover pass, and Brawl Patrol has retained that helmet cover here.
Kitty getting run back by Trash. Dash doing some offense. Kitty getting caught on Sweet Tea. Scream Soda attempting to hit him out. Kitty getting all 4 points on that jam, making it a total of 8.
Coming into Jam 9 here with a power jam for Skylord of the Rings for the Brawlers. We have Regrettal, we have Lila, we have Batty, we have Kamikaze. Getting prepared for this power jam. We have all the world blockers on the track, and they are gonna run away. Run, 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 run away.
Gotta know when to hold him. Gotta know when to run away. We got Skylord getting run back there by Lita. Getting hit by Pearl Jam.
A little bit of a shoulder hit action going on there. Oh yes, Pearl
Yeah.
Jam. Gonna come and do some shoulder hits on some more skaters now.
I love a good shoulder hit. Hate receiving them. Love to watch other people hit people like that.
Skylord is hearing from the third base coach, Violet Criminal, over here. The third base coach is going to be relaying some information from the coaching bench because it's just so far away.
Yeah, and sometimes things change from the first turn, from turn 1 and turn 3. So it's good to have people at both corners.
Things are constantly changing.
Just like life. On the line, we have Jerry Can and Lingo. Lingo getting stopped by Bazooka Langley, and Jerry Can coming out with lead. Getting some offense from Fanny. Lingo is in the back. Bazooka Langley not letting up. Making sure, oh, Lingo now looking for a star pass. Jerry getting through with 4 points. Jerry pushing hard, getting out on the outside line. Fanny has the hat, now getting through for their initial pass. Jerry calling it off.
Vi has always been such a loud voice on the track. I'm not surprised to see her at the third base coach letting the teammates know what to do next.
And you know what's next for me? Acupuncture from Heart and Hands. I love going to Community Acupuncture and Holistic Healthcare Collective. It's only over on Quadra, in Quadra Village. Come check it out. Get relaxed.
Jam 11, here we go. We have Bruise for the Brawlers at the back, coming right out on the outside line. They're getting out of the pack immediately. We have Alita on her way through, getting hit out to the outside from Panic Attack there, rejoining at the back, going up against all 4 of those Brawler blockers, getting stuck. Just pushing and pushing. Oh, a little bit of O coming through from Trash, helping that jammer out. Bruise coming back around. Everybody is on the apex right now. Bruise falling down, getting back up quickly. Alita coming, that is Scream Soda coming back out there. My mistake.
Have you thought about what you're doing after this?
I have.
Do you want to tell me a little bit about that?
Well,
Maybe you were thinking about going to the after party at Swan.
I will be going to Swans. I think probably a beer.
I think me too.
I
A
mean,
little bevy.
even if I can maybe sneak in a beer from the beer garden here before I leave.
Save yourself a buck or two. I won't tell. On the line, we got Kitty for the Bells of the Brawl, and Alita with lead jam. Kitty not far behind. So fast. They're all so fast. Alita calling it off, making sure that 1 point goes
The
to the Bells of
youth,
the Brawl.
the speed.
I know.
I'll just say it again. The youth, the speed.
It's just unreal.
Did you know that some of these people that are playing tonight have represented Canada?
That's incredible. To represent Canada on a world stage? I actually think Scream Soda's currently rocking up in their Team Canada jersey.
And we get to see it right here in Victoria.
Yeah, all these world-renowned skaters playing for us. I'm humbled.
Little old us. Panic Attack coming around the track. Lingo also coming around the track, just making it out. Panic Attack hitting the back of the pack there. Not so much hitting the back of the pack. Does a juke.
Yeah.
Just so jukey. You
So-
think maybe he's going to hit the back of the pack, but jukes around.
So aerodynamic.
Speedy, youthful. We have Fanny and Jerry, our jammers for this one. Fanny is lined up right next to those those brawler blockers. Jerry Can coming up through the inside line. Also just doing a little bit of defensive jamming there before coming around the outside, having gotten a little bit of O from K, and then coming up against all those world blockers at the front. Who do we have here? We've got Hell anchoring this tripod, providing a little bit of information. Legs is dropping into the bridging position. Here we go around turn 2. Fanny up against Dash, and Kamikaze makes her way out of the front of the pack and is assessed lead. Jerry Can off to the box. This is a power jam for the world. Fanny coming around.
Wow, I bet all these players are going to need to go to physiotherapy, Parkway physiotherapy after this.
Just the amount of power when those people are in that triangular shape we know well as a tripod.
You know what I was thinking about? I was thinking about how bridges, they use triangles, and about how we use triangles.
And they help you go places.
Yeah, like the triangle is like literally the strongest shape.
It is the strongest shape.
It's crazy.
You bet you didn't know we were going to talk about geometry tonight. Jerry Can pushing through those blockers at the front. We have all 4 world blockers in turn number 4. And she's off. Fanny, top of the hips. That's enough of that.
It was so subtle. That was just such a sweet little tap of the hips there. Just,
Adorbs.
I'm calling it off now. Do.
Okay, for this one, we have all the blockers lined up at the front. So they're all on the pivot line, hanging out, chatting.
Do you think we're gonna get a run up this jam? Do you
I
think they're gonna
hope
let
so.
these jammers run?
I mean, I kind of
up?
doubt it, but
Walk the runway, baby.
everybody's coming back.
All
All the blockers over near the jam line. And both of the jammers interacting with them. Batty coming around the inside. Scream Soda just behind on the inside as well, but having to come back around. Kitty coming up against Lila, falling down, getting back up. Batty has made her way all the way to turn 1. Scream Soda's going in the box. Power jam for the brawlers here. Batty pushing through, up against Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam with those shoulder hits again.
So good.
Love to watch it, don't love to receive it.
You know what they say about penalties? It just means you're working really hard. Yeah.
Batty gets hit to the outside by Alita. Alita drags her all the way back. She can go all the way back to 20 feet before she's out of play.
Oh, Batty going further back to get
Yeah,
a little bit of a
get
run
a little
up
bit
on
of a
that.
run up.
So smart.
Getting hit to the inside. Getting dragged back by Alita. Soda's going in the box. Scream Soda's going in the box. Scream Soda will be in the box for the next jam, too.
Yeah, starting on a power start for the Brawlers.
Official review. This looks to me like an official review. That is when the coach, the assistant coach, make a O shape with their hands and say, referees, can we talk about this for a minute? And that's what they're doing.
It's true.
So collaborative. This is not really like soccer.
Yeah, there's so much communication that happens in this sport. It's really nothing like soccer at all.
Really nothing like it.
Yeah. Or football. Or lacrosse.
Where is the ball?
I guess the jammer would be the ball.
Some discussion between the referees and also the non-skating officials, as we like to refer to them, NSOs.
Wow, I could only just wonder what's happening. Rolando Furioso will tell us right now. Maybe. Oh, nope.
As soon as the microphone is turned on, he'll let us know.
Bells of the Brawl have requested a misconduct penalty on the world jammer from the previous jam for improperly leaving the penalty box.
I wonder what that could possibly mean.
And we are trying to get the wave started here, folks. This
Yeah.
is critical moment in the evening.
Woo!
Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Hey. It's going around. Pay attention. Here comes the wave.
Wow!
Finally, I know you're talking about something important, but the wave is coming around. Stay focused. Here it comes, here it comes. Look. This is superb. Get out your surfboards, folks.
We're surfing trackside with EOD.
What's next? Should we do a direction change? No.
I think. Okay, when it comes back around to us, we direction change.
I don't know.
I
This
think
is
it's
pretty.
done. It's done. It's done.
We can start
fine.
in the other direction, maybe? I'm getting a yes from the crowd. It's gonna start with us. Are you ready over there? Here we go. All right.
All right, and we're back online with Rolando Furioso.
Upon review, the skater did not stand when directed to do so by the penalty box manager. They will receive a misconduct penalty for failing to stand when directed by the penalty box. Official review retained by the Bells of the Brawl.
So it would appear that Scream Soda will remain in the box for the entirety of their penalty.
4-2.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're
That's gonna be a
starting
full
on the
minute.
line with Slam It Janet with this power jam. Got the Bells of the Brawls in the back and the World in the front. Looking for some offense. Looks like they got what we call a goat, which is where you take one player and you keep them in the back. And that's to maintain pack, but they ended up losing their goat. And so now they're waiting. They're going to let Slamma push. And they're giving some offense. Slamma trying to get through there. Getting hit out by Lags Benedict. Slamma going back in because the other blocker had gone out as well. Slamma pulling them in, looking for offense, getting hit out by Trash. Slamma coming all the way back around.
This is what we call a penalty
Slamma
kill.
looking for
These blockers
getting pulled
are
back by Millstream
holding that
Brewery.
jammer.
Panic holding Scream Soda. Bazooka Langley and Panic and Banshee trying to keep Scream Soda. Scream Soda now out with lead. Slamma getting held by Lags Benedict. Scream Soda at the front getting held by the Brawlers. Getting run back by Bazooka Langley. Slamma getting held, getting some offense from both Banshee and Panic.
Whew.
And Scream Soda calling it off.
So the length of the penalties are 30 seconds each. And we did just see a 1 minute long where 2 penalties are back to back.
And Scream Soda still came out with lead.
Just a reminder, leave the track alone. Don't touch it.
Yeah,
Don't
if you
pull
want,
it up.
if you want to help, move
Don't
some
touch the track.
chairs.
Lingo coming out for a lead, coming around. We have the rest of the pack over in turn 1 there. Skylord coming around from the inside after getting hit out. The entire pack just in that first apex there. Lingo up against Jerry at the front. Skylord getting hit to the outside, making her way back onto the track, getting a little bit of information from her blocker, Kamikaze, that she can just go ahead and go back onto the track. Alita and Skylord chest to chest here at the front. They both fall down. The jam's called off.
Loving the energy in here. But you know where else the energy is good? Cloverdale Paints. You need to paint your house? Check it out. Cloverdale Paints has helped keep our track going on for over 13 years. Check out their newly opened store in Souk. You live in Souk? Check it out. Paint your house. On the line, we have Brews Clues for Bells of the Brawl and Brawl Patrol for the World. Brawl Patrol, they're getting held by Liability and Kitty Catapult and Bada Bing Bada Boom. The Brawlers have so many players that play many different roles, never just doing one thing. They're all doing all the things, which is incredible. Love to see it. Bruce Clues getting sucked back there by Pearl Jam. Getting hit there by Pearl Jam and still coming out, with a cut track penalty to the box. The World now with a power jam. Brawl Patrol looking for that offense. Sneaking through on that outside line. Coming through with a lead. Looking for that offense. Getting out on that outside line. Oh, getting hit out by Kitty Catapult. Trash hitting Kitty down. Brawl Patrol sneaking in on that inside line. Bada bing, bada boom, holding Paw Patrol. Papa calling it off.
I was really noticing just then those outside pack refs with their eyes on that outside line. They are going to see if your skate goes over that line.
Yeah, our amazing crew of dedicated officials is our biggest asset. From non-skating officials to on-skate officials, they make it possible for all of us to enjoy this sport we love so much.
We couldn't do it without them.
No, literally, we could not do it without them. And I am so grateful to all the
Ditto.
time that they put into this.
We have Banshee up at the back against this World Tripod, and we have Scream Soda just ahead of that. Dita just ahead there. Brawlers are coming back around, maybe giving Slamma a little bit of a hand. Banshee has removed the helmet cover from her head, and she's up at the front there with, all of a sudden, Panic is also there too after completing an apex jump.
Yeah.
Both jammers coming around turn 1 now. Meanwhile, the pack is in the opposite apex. Jam gets called off. That was a fast one, folks. So another 4 points for the world brings them up to 83. Meanwhile, Bells of the Brawl sitting pretty with 147 points.
And on the line, we have Lingo and Skylord. Got the Brawl, the Bells of the Brawl in the back, and the World in the front. Got Skylord pushing hard at the front. And Lingo getting out with the lead. Got Bazooka Langley out of the box, herding Lingo into the tripod, and then giving offense to Skylord. Lingo squeaking through there with 4 points. Skylord with the hat off now, looking for their pivot. Pearl Jam
Very
attempting to stop
sneaky
Jerry.
helmet cover pass.
Giving the world 6 points. Team timeout for the world. Wow. Just like that, the world called timeout. Stop it. I just need a break.
Sometimes I feel that way,
Same.
especially sometimes about the world.
Yeah, when I watch the news.
Ugh.
Oh, God, it's so bleak.
Oh, I brought it up. How do I go back from here?
Well, we could talk about St. John Ambulance. Can't fix the world, but you can get some help from our St. John Ambulance people. Thank you so much for the dedication and time that you put into making sure that we're able to play safe here at this place.
Okay, we have Batty and Scream Soda lined up as our jammers. We have a tripod including Sir Vix-a-Lot, Mills, and Brawl Patrol for the world, as well as Fanny is the pivot. So sort of off to the side, and the Brawlers are lined up as a 2-2 start. Let's see how that goes. Scream Soda coming off dash, but getting hit by Regrettal. Meanwhile, Batty coming out at the front, very excited to have lead. Quickly skating around the track. We have all the Brawlers and the world standing. This is our last jam, folks. If you would like to stand and cheer for the remainder of the evening, you go ahead. Look how exciting this is. We have Batty getting back up, coming up to go against this tripod again. Scream Soda coming out at the front, coming back around, making her way over to turn 1 now. Looks like most of the action turn 3. There it is, folks.
Wow.
What a night. Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight also. Like, the fans, we really appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming.
Appreciation. Please don't touch the track.
Don't touch the track, but
don't
you
touch
can
it.
stand up. You can come over. See that green tape over there? You can stand there. You can put your hand out. You can give a high five.
A big shout out to
Don't
Faffin'
try-
About for that water bottle. That is also,
Ooh, she's drinking out of her syrup. Cheers.
yeah.
Bye, Rex.
Bye, Rex.
Sure. How do I do it?
So just wait till after they've done their skating off, and then you can announce.
From here?
Yeah, you can
Over
go
there.
from here because they don't have gifts.
Hurley Whirly, it's been a pleasure.
Goosey. Woosey. Oh, look at all those high fives.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing. So our final score is 150 to 89, folks. See you at Swans.
See y'all there. Buy me a beer with your 50-50 money. For the love of God. This job is hard. Buy Hurls a beer too, and a hat.
A little shout out to us
Yeah.
for announcing tonight.
Yeah. This is hard.
This is my first time announcing.
Yeah.
Thank you for all the help from Dispenser and Regrettal.
Yeah, truly.
Incredible.
If it wasn't for like their organization and their ability to stay on task, this would be chaos. Wow, look at all these athletes.
Don't touch the track.
Yeah.
Okay, is everyone ready to hear who the MVPs are?
Who are they? Who are they?
Can all of the skaters come over to me? Come closer.
Come here.
Get over here.
Bells of the Brawl, come here. Come here.
Here comes Slamma.
Come
This is what
on,
I'm talking
world.
about. Our Brawlers captain.
I mean, if you have that information. Okay.
I love that. Thank you.
So don't go anywhere. We have MVPs.
We've got
for
our
you.
photo taken. Did everyone say cheese?
Yeah?
I would like to announce the MVPs for this evening.
Okay.
For the world, your MV blocker, most valuable blocker. Number 880, Legs Benedict. Legs Benedict holding it together on the track as the singular blocker tonight. Earlier, that was awesome to witness. Your MVJ, or most valuable jammer for the world tonight, number 56, Alita Battle Angel. For the brawlers, we're gonna have for the blocker MVP, 404 Liability. And our MVJ, 501 Panic Attack. Say cheese.
Say cheese and good night, everybody.
Night, night.
Wow, you guys all put the chairs away so fast. Not this time. We don't have
That's all you
that.
get. That's all you get, folks. Good night.